Order, please. Before we get into the daily routine, I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a brief point of order. This is a simple point of order relating to the decorum of the House, as has been ruled on by both yourself and by previous speakers many times in the past, regarding the use of cell phones during question period, which is not permitted. Most recently on Wednesday, July 27th, 2002, when the Speaker quoted, "Before I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, I forgot to say that QP will be over at 2:56 p.m. I'm also going to say once more about people, whether they are using their cell phones or not. Cell phones do not belong in the legislature during question period, and I'll ask people to respect that." I know that many of us in this chamber, myself included, often fall victim to bad habits. However, would ask that the rules be respected, specifically during question period. In particular, during our most recent question period, the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development was openly and directly reading from her cell phone when responding to oral questions put to her as Minister. I simply ask on this point of order that members be reminded of your rules for this House. Thank you.
We'll take the point of order under advisement and report tomorrow. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to clarify and assert definitively I was not reading from my cell phone. The member might recall that I had tabled a document but had wanted to retain it to continue to use and refer to during the course. So at one point I did pick up my cell phone to take a photo of that document to enable me to table it. Subsequently, paper copies were brought in. That was the only reason I had my cell phone in my hand, was to use the photo. I did not ever use it for its cell phone purposes.
Okay, well, we're taking it under advisement at this point. The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
There was no disrespect, and I am not questioning the integrity or the usage of the Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker. It's just that there have been many times in this House where even the holding of a cell phone has been called to the member's attention by the Speaker or by the Sergeant at Arms. So again, I'm just hoping that we respect that one rule. Thank you.
We'll put this to rest early. Members are not to use their cell phones during question period. Okay? And if you're spotted with the cell phone, let's put a little bit more on it. If you're spotted using your cell phone, you might be asked to leave the chamber for the remainder of question period. Everybody understands that? Everybody's okay with that? Okay? So now we'll move on to daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 212, an act to amend chapters 380 of the revised statutes of 1989, the Public Utilities Act. The committee recommends these bills to the favourable consideration of the House with certain amendments. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of Committee of the Law Amendments, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 208, an act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act. Bill number 214, an act to establish Invest Nova Scotia. Bill number 215, an act to amend Chapter 9 in the Acts of 2014, the Invest Nova Scotia Act Board. Bill number 216, an act to establish Build Nova Scotia. Bill number 219, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act. Bill number 22, an act to respecting housing supply and services. Bill number 223, an act to dissolve Municipal Finance Corporation. Bill number 224, an act respecting Perennial Foods and Agriculture Corporation. Bill number 225, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter. Bill number 227, an act respecting certain financial measures. Bill number 228, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the revised statutes of 1989, the Public Utilities Act, respecting efficiency, Nova Scotia. Bill number 230, an act to declare the blue felt lichen to be the provincial lichen of Nova Scotia. The committee recommends these bills to the favorable consideration of the House without amendments.
Ordered that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Thanks, David.
Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West. Oh, okay. Statements by ministers. No. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill, an act to amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act, respecting fair wages and community benefits.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act respecting fair wages and community benefits.
Bill 240, an act to amend Chapter 12 of the Acts of 2011, the Public Procurement Act respecting fair wages and community benefits.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I introduce the bill, could I make an introduction, please? I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, please, where we are joined by Robert McDonald, President and CEO of the Lung Association of Nova Scotia. I'll ask that you stand, please, as you're introduced as well. Michelle Donaldson, Director of Communications for Lung Association of Nova Scotia. Connor Malders, Public Policy Coordinator for the Canadian Cancer Survivor Network. And Lindsay Tim, Community Engagement Coordinator for the Cancer Survivor Network. I ask the House to join me in thanking these folks here today. And we're also joined by Heather Mulligan, well known to this House, who's now working with the Canadian Cancer Society as well. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, respecting lung cancer screening. Thank you.
While we're waiting for the bill to come up to be given to me, welcome to everyone, and I hope you enjoy your stay in the legislature. The Honourable Member of the Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act respecting lung cancer screening.
Bill 241, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act respecting lung cancer screening.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reform Public Body Executive Compensation.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reform Public Body Executive Compensation.
Bill 242, an act to reform public body executive compensation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Support Sexual Assault Victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Sexual Assault Victims.
Bill 243, an act to support sexual assault victims.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting indexing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting indexing.
Bill 244, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting indexing.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Diabetic Framework for Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Diabetes Framework for Nova Scotia.
Bill 245, an act to establish a diabetes framework for Nova Scotia.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Holocaust Education Week. During this week, we reflect on the memory of the 6 million Jews who were murdered by Nazis during the Holocaust. Unfortunately, Holocaust misinformation and denial still exists around the world. We must never allow history to repeat itself, which is why Holocaust education is so crucial. Learning about the Holocaust provides an opportunity to develop an understanding of issues that can lead to discrimination and genocide. To further our understanding, the Atlantic Jewish Council is holding a series of programs in Halifax during their 19th annual Holocaust Education Week. These programs range from discussing Nazi treasure hunters and what is being done to recover family property, to a dance film paying tribute to the nearly 500,000 Hungarian Jews who were murdered, to the personal recollections of surviving a concentration camp. Mr. Speaker, during Holocaust Education Week, I encourage all Nova Scotians to reflect on and acknowledge the resiliency of Jewish Nova Scotians and their contributions to our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Keith and Pat Helford of Timberley, who recently volunteered their time at the Bay Treasure Chest Count as the selected honorarium group representing Citizens on Patrol. Keith and Pat are active members of Citizens on Patrol, which is a group of citizens who participate in a community-based crime prevention program in cooperation with the local law enforcement agency. Through observation, documentation, and reporting, members of Citizens on Patrol provide an active presence in their community while patrolling by vehicle, on foot, by bicycle, or other means. COP members are educated volunteers who increase the awareness of suspicious and dangerous or unusual activities happening in the community. Members are trained to always use safe practices and have some fun while patrolling and acting as the extended eyes and ears of local law enforcement. I'd like the members of the House Assembly to join me in thanking Keith and Pat for their interest and work to ensure a safe community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the beauty, immeasurable ecological importance, and tourism value of our provincial parks, in particular the West Mabou Beach Provincial Park. A park since 2001, this piece of coastline has unparalleled beauty, beach dunes full of piping plovers, and solitude. As Rodney MacDonald, then Minister of Tourism and Culture, said in 2001, we cannot overstate the importance of nature to tourism and to our quality of life. The vast majority of visitors come to Nova Scotia because of our natural environment, and access to the coastline is a critical part of the Nova Scotia experience. Mr. Speaker, as time continues to pass without our long-awaited Coastal Protection Act, I ask all members of this House to join me in affirming that our provincial parks are not for sale.
The honourable member for Argyle.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Yarmouth and Area Chamber of Commerce celebrated their 15th Annual Business Awards on October 20th. The event is for the region's business community to recognize their peers and show the importance of a strong business community. At this year's Annual Business Awards, Deep Sky Eye Observatory was awarded Tourism Business of the Year. Local astronomer Tim Doucette's Deep Sky Eye Observatory in my community of Quinnen is a great place to experience the beauty of the night sky. The clear, dark sky with unobstructed viewing makes this a premier stargazing location that attracts visitors from near and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Deep Sky Eye in this remarkable achievement and wish them astronomical success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to my place to recognize that we are now entering into Lebanese Heritage Month, and I want to recognize the strong contributions that the Lebanese community have made in the growth of Sydney, whether it was through entrepreneurship or through healthcare or through education. There's a rich and vibrant Lebanese community and politics, a very rich and thank you from the member from Fairview Clayton Park. But I do rise to my place. A lot of my friends are also involved with hockey. There's been some NHL players, and there's been some Olympians from the Lebanese community that have had very successful hockey careers too as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place on Lebanese, at the beginning of Lebanese Heritage Month to recognize the Lebanese community, my friends and family, and I look forward to celebrating with everyone in Sydney and the greater area as we all celebrate Lebanese Heritage Month. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'll draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we're joined by a number of friends, and I'll ask that you stand as I say your name. I'd like to introduce Sandra Mullen, President of the NSGEU, the Bargaining Committee for members from Local 73, Annette Lanar, Lead Early Childhood Educator, Nanette Doherty, Education Assistant 1, Veronica Carr, Education Assistant 1, who I saw yesterday, Picket Captain Lindsay Ahern, Education Assistant 1, Bargaining Committee members from Local 70, Bev Waddell, Payroll Clerk, Stacy Jensen, School Administrative Assistant, Tracy Cook, Accounting Clerk, and Picket Captain Shannon Ullman, Support Early Childhood Educator, and Dave McKenzie, to whom this House is no stranger. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, members of the NDP caucus and I visited the striking education support workers in Windsor and New Minas on the picket line. These workers, who are mainly women, have left their schools, students, and the people they work for to stand up for a basic value: same pay for same work. Every MLA in this chamber is paid the same basic pay, regardless of where they are from. This is not the case in our education system. If you work outside of HRM, regardless of your education, you are paid less. It is unclear why the government values these rural workers less than others, but that is what is happening. These dedicated education support workers do not want to be on the picket line. They want to be in their schools doing their jobs, and I heard this yesterday over and over again. But they've had enough. Same pay for the same work is a fundamental principle, and it is mainly women who are being marginalized by this wage disparity. This government has not said definitively if they believe school support workers in the Valley and the South Shore should be paid the same as someone working for Halifax right now. New Democrats stand in solidarity with school support workers and their fight to be treated fairly, and I ask all members of this House to join me in affirming the same.
Once again, we welcome all visitors to the legislature. Thank you very much for being here. The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge the life of John Duncan Johnson of Bulledeck. On September 30th, 2022, he passed away at the age of 92. He was the beloved husband of Agnes and the father of 13 children. John Duncan's legacy also includes 53 grandchildren, 78 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. In 1960, John Duncan had to have a lobe of his lung removed due to tuberculosis, and doctors encouraged him to never work again. He did the complete opposite, and with the instruction from his father, he became a master carpenter. John Duncan, in turn, passed on his skills to his children and many others who were fortunate enough to learn from him. A man of deep faith, he was instrumental in the construction of a new church in Bulledeck in 1976, and in the upkeep of the church for many years. He was a leader and a well-respected elder in his community. Please join me in recognizing the well-lived life of John Duncan Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lebanese Heritage Month. Since 2018, November has become a time where members of the Lebanese community will come together to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Lebanese people in Nova Scotia that has been happening since the 1800s. I'm proud to rise today to recognize the work and contributions of the Lebanese community and look forward to celebrating with my community over the next month, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing the great contribution of the Lebanese community to Halifax and our province and the great work that continues to happen until this day. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Mr. Speaker, youth in Kingston and indeed all students on the South Shore and Annapolis Valley are getting a lesson in public discourse and in the rights of workers. Today, Kingston students left school and were met by their parents to march in support of their school support staff. It has been 9 days since workers walked off the job. The main issue? Fairness and wage parity, just like gender, should not be a reason to pay individuals less. Neither should your region and location. Mr. Speaker, I stand in solidarity, our caucus stands in solidarity with the workers of NSGEU. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year the Taste of Nova Scotia Awards celebrate the people and products at the heart of our province's culinary industry. As always, the 2022 recipients represent the best of the best. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to extend a particular congratulations to the recipient of the 2022 Award for Service, Mr. Rhys Harnish. Best known as the affable owner of the Shore Club, Nova Scotia's last great dance hall and home of the original lobster supper, Rhys also operated the former Captain Angus Seafood Restaurant at the Fisheries Museum of the Atlantic in Lunenburg for many years. It's the place where my husband Jody got his start in the food service industry and where he and I met, and we'll be married 31 years as of next week. Rhys, I either owe you a lot or you owe me. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to rise today to congratulate a constituent, Hannah Hicks, who earlier this year won an art contest. Now, Hannah won for her painting Lava Dance, and the contest was held by the Canadian Association for Supported Employment. And what it meant, what winning that particular contest meant was, in fact, that Hannah would be the artist in residence for CASE's annual conference, which was held in Winnipeg in June. So I would like to congratulate Hannah, who is no stranger to this house. I've talked about her before. She's a Special Olympian. She has. I was actually in Chester this summer, and I was visiting a glass shop, and they told me that Hannah's cards were among their best sellers. And so I want to congratulate Hannah for all her work on art and in the Special Olympics, and wish her well in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in solidarity with my brothers and sisters who are on the front lines, who have been there for a number of days. I got the opportunity and the privilege to be able to walk with a few of you, but as well in different locations, and I felt that passion and that determination, and I understand that, you know, you'd rather be in class with the students, you'd rather be with our young people that need you the most, and as well, I know that the staff are appreciative of you being there with these students because we know how valuable your role is there. So I want to say that, you know, we stand in solidarity with all the EAs, student support workers, and staff who are on the front line, and as well, I also want to say to this government, if we say that we are if we have an inclusive education system, we also need to include every single student, not just some students, every student, and I think that's where we need to look deep into our negotiations. And when we talk about what's valuable and what's crucial and what's essential, we don't have to look far. They're on the front lines right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a talented young athlete, Eric Hayden. Eric was Cobequid Educational Center's basketball MVP and Male Athlete of the Year in his senior season last year. He graduated from CEC in June and has just begun kinesiology studies at Acadia University. In August, Eric and his teammates brought home the bronze medal in basketball at the 2022 Canada Summer Games, where Team Nova Scotia defeated Alberta 1983. This bronze medal is Nova Scotia's first medal in Canada Games men's basketball since 2009. Eric displayed his dedication this summer as he regularly traveled to Halifax for practices while preparing for his post-secondary path and still finding time to practice at home, in Truro, anywhere in between. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Eric on his Canada Games bronze medal and wish him all the best at Acadia University this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the U16 Nova Scotia girls hockey team on their Atlantic Challenge Cup victory. Mr. Speaker, not only did they win, they actually went undefeated. Mr. Speaker, these are outstanding athletes, and I want to congratulate the following people. Sinead Beanlands, Paige McPhee, Avery Cohen, Kayla DeRose, Emma McIntyre, Brooklyn McNeil, Alara Murphy, Claire Sanford, Grace Allison, Ava Beaton, Jenna Beaton, Kendall Dorian, Ailey Glenn, Lucy Harlan, Gracie Kennedy, Emerson McDonald, Skylar McLean, Jaylee McKinnon, Genevieve Rothenberg, and Hillary Wilkin. We're also very proud of you. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Today is day 14 of the strike at Dalhousie of CUPE Local 3912, representing the university's 1,500 sessional teachers, teaching assistants, markers, and demonstrators. Yesterday, on day 13, a rally was held at Dal in support of the striking academic workers, sponsored by the Dal Student Union and held in conjunction with a student strike in support of the union. The rally was loud, energetic, and very well attended. One of the many speakers at the rally, a teaching assistant, spoke about having to work 3 part-time jobs in addition to her TA position in order to survive. The leader of the NDP and the NDP House leader both spoke at the rally and amplified the fundamental reasonableness of the fair wages that are being called for by the union. It is much to be hoped that Dal will not continue on a path that is such a stain on its reputation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, Cape Bretoners are a resilient people. We are known for banding together when times get tough. I believe an accurate indicator of a community's resiliency is its reaction to a traumatic event. Well, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Fiona was the greatest natural disaster that our generation has witnessed, and I'm proud to say that our town reacted. More often than not, small businesses are behind the success of any event in our community. The Chicken Shack is exactly that kind of business, so their reaction should not be surprising. In the days following the storm, the restaurant had no power and was operating with a generator and flashlights only. These challenging conditions did not deter the staff, and they continued cooking and giving away food until close to 1,000 meals were served. Knowing that businesses like the Chicken Shack are there to help our community ride the storm is indeed a comforting thought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to give a shout out to the St. Mary's Huskies football team who played their last regular season this past Saturday. But even more, want to give a shout out to my son, Andre Simmons, who scored the first touchdown of the game. And then sadly was off an ambulance because he was injured. I just want to say one of the things that I was able to speak to him after he was injured, I said, how are you doing? And Dre said, but Mom, also known as Mama Dukes, did you see my last run? Did you see me get in? So I just want to give a shout out and say, Dre, that is what you do. You always finish. And I just want to remind you that your determination, your passion, your grit, your ability to enter a room and demand energy and attention will follow you. I'm extremely proud of you. I also want to say you have redefined the stereotypes of what a football player is and what a football person is, because you're redefining your future. And I look forward to seeing what's next for you. You have endured several struggles and challenges these last few years, and I'm extremely proud to call your mom. You have fallen more than 6 times, but have gotten up 7. So I look forward to seeing what you will do in the future and how you will leave your legacy of Simmons. So congratulations.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, many in this House know that I love a good sing-along, and if people don't know that, then they should just come and talk to me, and I will let them know. I rise today to recognize Frank Grandy and his band Cute as a Button for the goodwill and great music they bring to Dartmouth North. For many years, Frank Grandy and Cute as a Button have brought their classic country, gospel, and rock and roll to the Holy Trinity Emmanuel Church Hall on Sunday afternoons. The price of admission is by donation, and all the money goes to the upkeep and work of the church itself, such as initiatives like the church's free clothing depot. Frank and the band, who donate their time and talent, have also provided the soundtrack for community events such as the fundraiser to help cover the costs of a specialized wheelchair for a Dartmouth North resident, Bob Anthony's 85th birthday. I ask that this House join me in saying thank you to Frank and the members of Cute as a Button for the music and fun and their dedication to Holy Trinity Emmanuel and the community of Dartmouth North. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Christopher C.J. Grant from Valley had the opportunity to represent our province at the 2022 Canada Winter Games in Niagara this summer. C.J. competed in the difficult sport of hammer. His goals for the games were to make the top 8 and throw his personal best record. Mr. Speaker, he far exceeded these goals, coming in an impressive 4th place with a throw of 52.18 meters, besting his previous record of 50.88 meters. Christopher exhibited the passion that burns in the hearts of athletes, using his abilities to compete at his highest level on the national stage. Mr. Speaker, Colchester North residents are proud of the way Christopher represented our community. I ask that all members of this legislature join me in congratulating Christopher for his successful trip to the Canada Games and achieving the goals he set for himself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know we have lots of lively debates in here, but when a Cape Bretoner does well, it's important that other Cape Bretoners celebrate them. So the member from Richmond was named Chiropractor of the Year. I saw that on Facebook, and we just, as a caucus, want to congratulate him. As I said, it's always nice. Cape Bretoners are strategically placed to take over the world whenever we're called. So now we have the Chiropractor of the Year. So I do want to say this: congratulations to the member. He's adjusting very well to the job, and we want to offer him congratulations.
And congratulations from all of us to the member. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Mr. Speaker, low-wage work represents a significant portion of the labour market in Nova Scotia. Low wages have a significant impact on the economy and on government expenses and revenues. If individuals had good and reliable paychecks, they would not need to work multiple jobs to get by. They could spend time with family, community, and volunteering. Mr. Speaker, low-wage work takes its toll on a person's health and wellness and on family life. Mr. Speaker, that's all to say Nova Scotians need a raise. Thank you.
The honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Darlene Redmond of Porters Lake. Darlene has been a volunteer with Scouts Canada for over 35 years. It may not be known that Darlene lives with a disability, and she received the Medal of Fortitude in 2020. Despite this, she is an amazing volunteer who gives freely of her time and energy. She has served Scouts Canada on a national level through the Canada Jamboree 2017, and she volunteers provincially as well as in her home community. She organizes provincial conferences and local area events for youth, as well as offering workshops for volunteers. Her mentorship of new Scouters is deeply appreciated. Darlene is well known and well respected in Nova Scotia for her dedication to Scouts. I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in thanking Darlene for her incredible work in the community through Scouts Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize lifelong Fairview resident Karen Brown, or as 2 decades of students at École Burton-Ettinger School have called her, Ms. Karen. Karen started volunteering at the elementary school when her son Chris started primary more than 15 years ago. During those first 7 years, Karen was a devoted volunteer, helping in classrooms, volunteering in the office, and was a mentor and friend to hundreds of young students. Karen's love for the school has continued to grow long after her son graduated. She is a dedicated employee working with the Excel program, is the head of the lunch monitors, and continues to volunteer any extra time with Safe Arrivals, Lost and Found, and as a substitute secretary when needed. Karen has also recently added 1 new role to her busy days, which is grandmother to baby Joshua. Mr. Speaker, people like Karen Brown are 1 in a million, and we are so lucky to have her working with the students here in Fairview Clayton Park. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize St. George's Youth Net. St. George's Youth Net provides free programs to children and youth living in and near Uniacke Square in the north end of Halifax. YouthNet has offered friendship, supports to my community since it was founded in 1998, tied to the long legacy of St. George's Round Church. And if you don't know, you got to look it up. Their programs for local youth ages 7 to 17 strive to encourage participants to discover their talents, gain self-confidence, and dream of bright futures. They fulfill this goal through their wide range of programs, including after-school, lunch, and team programs throughout the school year, and have a wilderness camping trip and many trips and day camps during the summer. I would like all the members to join me in recognizing the dedication and love that the staff and volunteers show our young people every day, and I thank them.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Darlene Matthews of Amherst. Even though Darlene has had her own significant health challenges and has had to overcome much, she has a huge heart and cares for our most vulnerable in our community. She came up with an idea recently to adopt a person who is currently living unsheltered or vulnerable. Her idea was to bring that person a hot meal or make sure they have warm blankets. Darlene really wants to see people being taken care of and not having to worry about getting a meal or staying warm this winter. I am grateful to have Darlene Matthews a part of my constituency and someone who truly cares and is outward focused. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, November 6th, the community of Blandford will host their 32nd annual Holiday Arts and Crafts Fair at the District 1 Community Centre. The Community Centre Board of Directors, under the leadership of Karen Overholt, is bringing together artisans to provide unique, handcrafted gifts and decor options for the many attendees. They are even offering door prizes every hour. Mr. Speaker, traditions are so important, and I want to thank the board, volunteers, vendors, and shoppers for making this event a success for 32 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share with the House the accomplishments of a remarkable athlete from New Minas. Since being introduced to weightlifting when he was 17, Phil Brown has won 185 Special Olympics medals in powerlifting, speed skating, and soccer. This past spring, Phil was part of a team of Nova Scotian competitors at the Canadian Powerlifting Championships in St. John's, Newfoundland. Phil became the first Nova Scotian Special Olympian to win a medal in 2 divisions. He proudly took 2 of the 14 medals won by the team, receiving a gold medal in the 66-kilogram Masters 2 Special Olympics division and a bronze medal competing in the generic open division. Phil is an inspiration to us all. I'd ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Phil Brown on his outstanding athletic achievements and wish him great success in his future competitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Dartmouth North is home to many brilliant and committed activists, and today I would like to recognize an internationally respected activist, Stephen Esty, for over 30 years of fierce advocacy for people with disabilities. Steve was an advisor to the Canadian government delegation to the United Nations, which helped to draft the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, an international treaty aimed at protecting the rights and dignity of people with disabilities. Here in Canada, Steve has testified before several parliamentary committees. He has worked for organizations such as Disabled Peoples International and as a human rights officer and as national coordinator of the Council of Canadians with Disabilities. In 2021, Steve was presented with a Nova Scotia Human Rights Award recognizing his exemplary, lifelong advocacy, education, and leadership in the realm of disability rights, a well-deserved honor. So today, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in expressing deep gratitude to Stephen Esty. Because of the work he does, we are progressing toward a more universally accessible, equitable, and just province and world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and thank the Howe East Centre Volunteer Fire Department and the community of Howe East Centre for their hard work and dedication to our residents during the recent hurricane. The fire department and its many community volunteers work tirelessly, providing their comfort centre with everything needed for many people. The compassion shown is overwhelming and will never be forgotten. So today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this time to commend those members of the volunteer fire department for coming together to help those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cold Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, as we all wear our poppies today, I stand to recognize an outstanding resident serving with our Canadian Forces. Master Sailor Jeremy Hodder deployed with HMCS Fredericton during the Stalker helicopter crash in 2020. He heavily contributed to recovery efforts and spent nearly 2 days straight on infrared cameras searching for remains and debris. He was deployed twice with the RCN on the OP Reassurance. Jeremy participated in Run the Rock as part of the HMCS St. John and helped raise $100,000 for the Children's Wish Foundation. He has been nominated for the Exceptional Sailor Award and the Remembrance Day Sentry Program to be the RCN's representative in Ottawa for Remembrance Day. Jeremy has volunteered 100+ hours with the independent cinema Carbon Arc in Halifax, helping expand the art form to the city. He also volunteers with Feed Nova Scotia, Argyle Fine Art Gallery, and numerous women's transition houses throughout Atlantic Canada. And as a proud Nova Scotian, Jeremy has contributed greatly to our province and the Canadian Forces as a whole. I wish to thank Jeremy and for his service to Nova Scotia and Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Cindy Hicks of Amherst. Cindy is 51 years old, and in September of this year, she competed in the 2002 Amateur World Powerlifting Congress Championships in Manchester, England. Cindy brought home a gold medal for Team Canada in the 90-kilogram women category. Cindy has only been powerlifting for 2 years and has qualified to participate in the World Championships after her very first competition. I would like to congratulate Cindy for her hard work, determination, and achievement, and for representing Cumberland County and Nova Scotia internationally. This is a great accomplishment for Cindy, and I ask everyone to join me in congratulating her on winning an international gold medal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate Andrew Chayko of Antigonish on receiving a National Literacy Award. As part of International Literacy Day on September 8th, the Council of the Federation recognized Andrew as the Nova Scotia recipient for his leadership, resilience, and dedication to literacy and American Sign Language. Andrew, born without hearing, grew up in India and came to Canada in 2008. He settled in Antigonish in 2015. Andrew joined the Antigonish County Adult Learning Association to improve his reading and writing skills, to better connect with others, and improve his employment opportunities. After learning ASL with other students and instructors, they met to study and practice ASL and started a group of ASL learners in our community. He continues to volunteer at Acala with ASL learners currently. I ask all members to congratulate Andrew as he continues to dedicate his time to making his community more connective and inclusive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Rianne Hunter for her business success. Rianne is a certified personal trainer who recently launched RH Fitness and Wellness Center in Bayers Lake. She strongly believes in health and wealth. Health is wealth, and that everyone should be able to access the resources they need to stay well. Rianne also launched monthly health workshops to educate members and non-members alike. Her most recent workshop was on plantar fasciitis. Rianne's passion for health and wellness motivates her to make a difference in her clients' lives. I would ask that the House join me in recognizing Rianne for her successful business launch. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to applaud the Human Resources team at Dexter Construction Company Limited. One of my constituents has been an employee of Dexter Construction for many years. When he began struggling with his mental health, the Human Resources team at Dexter were there for him and have been supporting him on his road to recovery. Even though he is not currently able to work, Dexter's staff have assured him that his job is waiting for him whenever he is ready to return. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of World Mental Health Day, which was observed on October 10th of this year, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in applauding Dexter Construction Company Limited for understanding and appreciating the challenges faced by those living with mental health illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Halloween spirit is alive and well in Northside Westmount, and I'd like to recognize some groups who put on great events for the children of Northside Westmount. So starting off over a week ago, the business community in North Sydney put on a children's walk where the kids could come by different businesses and fill up their treat bags. This past Sunday, the folks at Holy Family Parish worked together with the local business community led by Edna and Glenn Burton and put on an amazing event at the church hall for all of the children. Halloween night, the Westmount Fire Department put on a great event for the children with fireworks and all kinds of candy. And also in Alder Point, Mr. Speaker, the Kiwanis Golden K put on an event at the Alder Point Hall recognizing Halloween for the kids of Alder Point and surrounding areas. So congratulations to everyone in Northside Westmount. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie. The honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Canso Lions Club. For many years, the Canso Lions have been a key community fundraising organization in the Canso area. Recently, the Lions donated $10,000 to the Eastern Memorial Hospital for the purchase of an ultrasound machine, and they were able to help secure additional funding from the Lions Club International. The Eastern Tip Trail Association welcomed a $2,000 donation from the Lions Club for work on the Chapel Gully Trail, and the Pines Manor Senior Complex was provided a compact wheelchair to help residents move within and outside the complex more easily. Mr. Speaker, the Canso Lions Club volunteers seldom rest. If they're not delivering Meals on Wheels 3 days a week, they're installing lifeline systems for seniors, selling tickets, or organizing other fundraising activities for the community. They certainly are a true example of the Lions Club motto, "We serve." Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of the House join me to acknowledge the dedication the Canso Lions Club continues to demonstrate in their community in the example they set for others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, recently Lise and Brad Legrand opened their new company, the Brûlerie du Vieux Moulin, a coffee roasting business. The name of the new company is a nod from this new Acadian company to one opened years ago by Lise's ancestors, her great-grandfather, Elise Robichaud. Based out of the couple's home, Brad and Lise will be roasting beans from a variety of countries, always trying to ensure that they are fair trade beans. On April 3rd, the couple officially launched their new coffee roasting business at Chez Jean, a Billy Vos Cove restaurant that would sell the beans as well as brew their coffee using the locally roasted beans. As the Legends continue with the plans for their new company, I ask that all members join me in congratulating the Brûlerie du Vieux Moulin on the successful launch of their new coffee roasting business. Merci.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dartmouth East resident Bryden Shea, a constable with the RCMP and a dedicated Army reservist with the Princess Louise Fusiliers in Halifax. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, Bryden was amongst the first Army Reserve soldiers in Nova Scotia to volunteer to participate on Operation Laser, the Canadian Armed Forces response to COVID-19. As the training warrant officer for Arnhem Company, Bryden led COVID training both in person and helped initiate virtual training when health restrictions prevented collective training. Bryden's dedication helped to ensure Army Reserve soldiers in Halifax were fit, trained, and prepared to deploy on any COVID-19 request for assistance in Nova Scotia or across Canada. And this was throughout the entire pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I commend Bryden for his sense of duty and leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize and welcome Reverend Aaron Thorpe, who has recently taken up his position at St. Peter's Anglican Church in my constituency of Bedford South. Opened in 1951, St. Peter's has been a pillar of the community ever since. Drawing from the growing and diverse areas of Clayton Park and Bedford, St. Peter's has always been a place of welcome and good cheer. A graduate of St. Mary's University and the Atlantic School of Theology, Reverend Thorpe served Trinity Church and Epiphany Anglican Church in Ottawa before moving here to Nova Scotia last month. I ask all members of the House to welcome Reverend Thorpe to St. Peter's and wish him nothing but the best as he settles into the wonderful constituency of Bedford South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Myrtle Demings. Myrtle has been a committed community volunteer for most of her life as a member of Toddy's Crafts, the Roseway Hospital Auxiliary, and a founding member of Meals on Wheels. She is also an elder of St. Paul's United Church in Carleton Village, St. Paul's UCW, and the United Church in Shelburne before moving to Carleton Village. As well, Myrtle donates her time to the Bedora Club of South Shore Shrine Club in Bridgewater and the Order of the Eastern Star. Myrtle also found time to volunteer for the Canadian Cancer Society, the Nova Scotia Kidney Foundation, and the Nova Scotia Alzheimer's Society. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask all members of this House join me in thanking Myrtle for her volunteer commitment to her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to recognize two amazing people, Jacob Rayfuse and Stephen McLeod. Every year, Jacob and Stephen turn Thixton Avenue into a spooky Halloween celebration. This year, there was two bouncy castles, popcorn, a haunted house, a creepy clown that kind of creeped me out a little bit, and so much more, Mr. Speaker. Jacob and Stephen throw this event every year to raise funds for charity. This year, they threw it to raise money for the Youth Project. The event brings smiles to many kids' faces and money to organizations that need it the most. Congratulations, Jacob and Stephen, for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the Schoolhouse Cafe, a local cafe that is operated by volunteers at the Digby Neck Consolidated School in Sandy Cove. The Schoolhouse Cafe is run by the Digby Neck Collective, a group of residents who work together to maintain a positive community. The cafe is open the third Saturday of every month. During these days, the cafe holds a community conversation table where guest hosts have the chance to lead a discussion among community members. The Schoolhouse Cafe was founded by Melissa Merritt and Gwen Wilson and opened in 2017. This community-run cafe has brought together so many people throughout the years, hosting events, activities, and even hosting CBC's Information Morning with Portia Clark in 2018. Even during the times of uncertainty and closure during the pandemic, the Schoolhouse Cafe continues to operate today with the help of so many incredible volunteers. I'd like to say thank you to the organizers and all volunteers of the Schoolhouse Cafe for your commitment to serving the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding Cole Harbour Dartmouth athlete, Mary Murray. At 80 years of age, Mary represented Nova Scotia in the Canadian 55-plus games held in Kamloops, BC this past August. She is a self-taught swimmer with breaststroke and backstroke her favorites, and butterfly is her nemesis. She trains at the Cole Harbour Place pool. Mary has a book written after her called Homegirl, as she was one of 12 children who grew up in the Halifax orphanage on Tower Road. Mary impersonates Elvis in is yet to be released Trailer Park Boys movie and has billeted international students in her home for the past 15 years. That's just a few things she told me during her visit to my constituency office. Her philosophy in life is to make every day a fun day, something she spreads to everyone she meets. Please join me in congratulating Mary, who did Nova Scotia proud in the pool by bringing home 2 gold and 2 silver medals in her recent competition. Congratulations to Mary Murray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to send a huge thank you to all the tremendous volunteers and businesses that made the Waverley Gold Rush Days a striking success. Waverley Gold Rush Days, it is an amazing local event, thank you, that sees trivia nights, barbecues, fireworks, live music, and even a pancake breakfast served up by Station 41's volunteer firefighters. Mr. Speaker, after several years of having this event on hold due to the pandemic, it was an amazing turnout. Children and adults alike enjoyed reconnecting and celebrating with so many familiar faces. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking the wonderful volunteers for their time and effort in making the event so enjoyable and the community of Waverley an amazing place to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a tremendous organization in my riding, Head Start Tennis, located on Clayton Park Drive. Head Start Tennis was established in May of 2010 and has been operating continuously and successfully ever since. Under the leadership of Ted Mistella and Jamie Power, programs are offered for players of all ages, from the youngest players at 3 years old learning the basics to advanced players representing the club at local and national tournaments. This summer, the club once again partnered with Canadian Tire Jumpstart to offer the Girls Leading Girls Tennis program. More than 80 girls from many from diverse communities were able to participate in this program and learn to play, stay, and enjoy tennis. This fall, parents are able to register their little ones in an after-school junior primary program for free trial lessons. Mr. Speaker, we are so lucky to have such an amazing program operating here in Fairview Clayton Park, and I ask all members to join me in wishing the staff, coaches, and players a successful winter season. Thank you.
The honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Mandy Lewis. In addition to dozens of other fundraisers, each and every Friday, Mandy hosts a seniors lunch for seniors near and far. Offering a hearty, nutritious home-cooked meal is important. But not only do these seniors leave the lunch with full bellies, they have a chance to socialize and see friends from around the community and meet and welcome new faces to the group. It is so important for our health to be able to get out and socialize. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Mandy for her decades-long commitment and compassion and her ability to see a need within her community and to have the heart to reach out and to make a difference every single day. Thank you, Mandy, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, during Hurricane Fiona, many organizations stepped up, and I would like to thank the Salvation Army for the work that they did in our community. Mr. Speaker, the Salvation Army delivered hundreds and hundreds of meals to the residents of Northside Westmount. They brought the bus over, and the organizations from Community Cares and the different churches made sure people were aware of the service that was available. Mr. Speaker, there were many local people involved from the Salvation Army, but also people from across the country who came into Cape Breton to help out, and I would just like to thank them. And also the folks from Cape Breton Regional Housing who delivered meals to residents in the housing developments in Cape Breton. It was a service that was very much needed, and people really appreciated it in the riding. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We move on now to oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will go until 2:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living crisis is really putting the squeeze on Nova Scotians and people across this country. The cost of living crisis has seen Canadians skipping more meals. There's a new report out that says 20% of Canadians are skipping meals because they're unable to afford them, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Price of fuel has gone up 41% in the past year, Mr. Speaker. I'll table that. The average price for housing is up nearly 40%, Mr. Speaker. And yet, despite these consequential things, the Premier's focus in this session has been on consolidating power with Crown corporations and municipalities, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Premier, will he use his newfound power and the new levers of funding that are coming into place under his control to actually do something consequential about the cost of living crisis that is impacting Nova Scotians from one end of the province to the other?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. We know the affordability crisis, inflation is record-breaking inflation. It's showing up in all kinds of places and having tremendous stress on families across this province, and that's why we've taken some of the steps that we can. We're focused on sustainability of programs, CCA wages, seniors care grants, making child care more affordable, supporting families in a way that are meaningful to those families and sustainable in the long term, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to look for ways to support Nova Scotians through this crisis.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have not seen a overall strategy to deal with the situation. We have not seen a plan to tackle the increasing cost of food, even, Mr. Speaker. And we're actually seeing that the Nova Scotia food banks are seeing close to a 20% increase in use of their services, Mr. Speaker. This is a very disturbing trend that we're seeing, and we know why. Cost of living is affecting everybody, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier please tell us what he's going to do to ensure that this disturbing trend is curtailed during this cost of living crisis? Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know the pressures on families are showing up in many ways, and food is certainly one of them. That's front and center. There's no question about that. And we know that, unfortunately, many families are turning to food banks in this time of need. That's why we're supporting food banks with additional funding and try to get them through. But in the long term, Mr. Speaker, there's lots we can do in terms of supporting the agricultural sector to make sure we're growing more of what we consume. There's lots of things that need to be done, Mr. Speaker. None of them can happen fast enough. I accept that. But we're moving at a pace that we think is completely possible to support Nova Scotians through this crisis.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing the government could do is what this Liberal caucus has asked his party to do, and that's provide lunch in schools for every single Nova Scotian who are struggling to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. But it's also not just low-income Nova Scotians or fixed-income seniors that are being impacted by this. Inflation is squeezing working-class individuals in the middle class, new millennials that are coming into the market who can't afford homes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Dow Legal Aid has said that with inflation at 6.9% and the Bank of Canada increasing interest rates by 350 basis points in the last 7 months, Mr. Speaker, and I've tabled that. Nova Scotians who are once financially secure are no longer secure, Mr. Speaker. What is the plan to support those individuals in our society who don't meet the criteria for the specified programs that the Premier has mentioned today?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And healthy eating in schools, supporting our children with nutritious meals, that's, of course, a priority of this government. We're looking at the school lunch program. There's a significant amount of work being done on that. We know that, that's something that can help a lot of families. And inflation is certainly putting a lot of pressure on families. There's no question about that, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we know, and we have a fear, we try to control what we can, but some things we can't control. But one thing we can control, Mr. Speaker, is we can put a united voice from this chamber to the federal government and say no to a carbon tax that will put more pressure on families. We do not need a carbon tax in this province, and I ask the members opposite to join me in sending that message to Ottawa. Protect Nova Scotians. Put politics aside.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask the Premier about some things that he can control. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is, the CEO of Nova Scotia Power told reporters this week that he doesn't see a path that will allow the utility to move off coal by 2030. The province's legislated sustainability goals require a phase-out of coal by 2030, as well as having 80% of our electricity supplied by renewable energy. Nova Scotia Power produces the vast majority of the province's electricity and is our greatest emitter of greenhouse gases. Mr. Speaker, how will the Premier ensure that Nova Scotia Power is accountable to meeting our legislated goal to be off coal by 2030?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we're the province, the region in the country that has the most ambitious legislated environmental targets. Very extensive. We're serious about it. We're so serious that we put them into legislation. That's not something that's happened in other jurisdictions. So we are serious. We are on a path to meet them. We know it means greening the grid, and we fully expect that Nova Scotia Power will be not only helping us in that, but will be a willing partner in that process, because that's what matters to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
They've said they're not going to do it, so they're not a willing partner. So the question stands, but I'll move on. Nova Scotia Power's current rate application is looking to set power rates until 2024. That means that rates for 2025 will be up for discussion again in just 2 short years. And Nova Scotians again will face the uncertainty of massively unaffordable energy bills. As we've seen over this past year, when Nova Scotia Power increases their rates, families pay the price, while shareholders and executives see no change to their investment returns and salary. What will this government do to ensure that rates won't dramatically spike in 2 years' time?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've made very clear as a government that we are very concerned and very focused on the ratepayers of this province. We're concerned about reliable energy. Nova Scotians have a right to expect reliable energy. We're focused on that. There's a lot of work being done on that around standards and holding Nova Scotia Power to standards. That will come. But we're also very focused on affordability, and I think the bill that is before this House says that loud and clear, Mr. Speaker. We will not lose sight of ratepayers of the province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you. It says it for 2 years, and even the consumer advocate is wary of this kind of intervention. In 1992, the Conservative government of the day sold our province's public energy utility, creating the private company we know today as Nova Scotia Power. The Utility and Review Board was granted powers to regulate the company, which included setting rates. This was done to remove political interference in the process and place the onus on Nova Scotia Power to justify their rates in an open and transparent way. Mr. Speaker, running the healthcare system, housing, education, business development, and now power regulation off the side of the Premier's desk is not going to work for everyday families. My question to the Premier is, when will his government stop its interference into independent, arm's-length organizations and start focusing on helping everyday people?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you could make this stuff up, but you can't. The first part of the question says, can you please interfere for rates 2-3 years out down the road? And the second part says, don't interfere. In this House right now, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
In this House right now, Mr. Speaker, we have an opposition party that on the one hand talks about affordability crisis and on the other hand promotes a carbon tax pushed down on Nova Scotians. In this House right now, Mr. Speaker, we have opposition parties that talk about housing concerns and then get up in arms when we tell HRM, you will not slow down housing. They want us to go slow, Mr. Speaker. They want us to go fast. They want us to go in the middle. I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, we will do what is necessary to move this province forward, and we will not be deterred by it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Premier says that he's moving this province forward, but we're seeing more and more people fall backward under this government, Mr. Speaker. That's the fact of the matter. Dow Legal Aid has noted that we're seeing lots of folks in the higher income groups that we work with that would not have been having these financial issues before, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Premier. The cost of living crisis is impacting everybody, not just low-income individuals, not just fixed-income seniors. We have a huge swath of middle-class Nova Scotians, working-class Nova Scotians, young families who are trying to make ends meet and chart out a life for them here in this province, and they're unable to do so. When can we see a plan from this Premier to actually help those folks get through this difficult time period?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question people are struggling, and I think, and I've said it many times because we've gotten the question many times, Mr. Speaker, but the people who I think about are the people who are at the lowest income levels. And that is why, yeah, I won't even bother, Mr. Speaker. I won't even bother. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we've given targeted supports. We've had new measures in the budget that were never in any budget before, Mr. Speaker. We made additional announcements this summer in advance of the home heating season to provide further relief, Mr. Speaker. This is something that's on our minds, and I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that as time goes on, we hope that the central bank's efforts are helpful, but we will consider looking at options.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Those were one-time financial supports for those that have the lowest incomes in our province, Mr. Speaker, but the cost of living crisis is affecting a lot more people, which is then affecting our economy. Mr. Speaker. And we've looked at other provinces actually take broad-based initiatives to support middle-income individuals. We see that in Newfoundland, which just offered residents supports to deal with increased costs. We've seen that in PEI, who are actually providing supports to individuals who have a net income of up to $100,000, Mr. Speaker. This is a recognition of how far the cost of living crisis is impacting our society and our economy, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Premier is, when will we see initiatives here in Nova Scotia to help these very same individuals who are struggling to make ends meet during this time?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do need to correct the member. Not all the measures we've taken or we've put in place are one time. And I think about the Nova Scotia child benefit that was increased in the last budget. And I also think about the new seniors care grant, Mr. Speaker. Those are not one-time measures. Those are measures that are here to stay. So, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you, it's not all just government giving out money, Mr. Speaker. It's also government trying to protect Nova Scotians. And I think about the carbon tax. And I think about, it's a Liberal carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And it's something that parties in this legislature could...
Order, please. The Minister of Finance has the floor. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that is going to be a real cost for people. 14 cents per litre come January, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we're standing up against, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the carbon tax is something that this government should have done something about, not complain about it now. Mr. Speaker, the economic stress in this province is palpable. We feel it in our communities. People dread the trip to the grocery store, and there's many sleepless nights before payday. A recent study showed that almost 60% of Nova Scotians are economically struggling and uncomfortable, and I'll table that. This is the result of a government that isn't making the economic hardship of Nova Scotians a priority. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, with 6 out of 10 Nova Scotians in poor economic condition, does he feel that this government has provided adequate amount of support to address the cost of living crisis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. This government is acutely aware of the challenges that are happening here, the increasing inflation and everything. And this government has taken steps, a broad number of steps. We have increased minimum wage. We have increased the wages of ECEs and CCAs, but ECEs as well. And we have reduced child care. We have increased the child tax benefit. We look at the seniors care grant. So we know that, and we could go on, there's a number of other things. So when you look at that, we are focusing on all different levels of income and making sure that we tap into all of it. We know there's more work to do, but this government is committed to doing that work.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, awareness does not equal action. There's nothing being done for the middle class in this province. Mr. Speaker, the same Angus Reid poll that I just tabled shows that 66% of people are cutting back on spending. 50% are delaying major and needed purchases, and 46% of people are worse off than they were a year ago. And Mr. Speaker, that is more than what has been done by this government. We need more. Mr. Speaker, people are struggling and this government continues to place its focus elsewhere. Does the Finance Minister believe that Nova Scotians have adequate support to get them through this current cost of living crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that's going to hurt Nova Scotians is having government support a Liberal carbon tax and having the NDP support them. That's what's going to hurt Nova Scotians. We've increased...
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Community Services has the floor. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
We have just introduced legislation to help power rates. We have just... we have taken a stand, unlike these guys, with the federal carbon tax. We continue to increase rent supplements, and we've also been very proactive in creating affordable housing, and we could go on and on.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This
government had options to deal with the price on carbon, they chose a carbon tax. They have only themselves to blame. Mr. Speaker, the cost of food is a major driver of this cost of living crisis. This Premier has failed to provide broad-based support, and it cannot be because he's not hearing about it from his own community. In fact, the Premier's backyard in Pictou County, there have been over 17,000 visits to a food bank in the past year. To the Premier, considering his own community and the people across this province are struggling to put food on the table, why are Nova Scotians still waiting for broad-based cost of living support?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know we've heard some comments today in reference to, and last week as well, Mr. Speaker, we had a question from the NDP about handing out checks to people, Mr. Speaker. I guess the challenge I have with that is that not everybody is hurting as much as the next person, Mr. Speaker. There are people who are hurting more. And if somebody questions that, I can't imagine. What good does it do to hand a $500 check to a single person making $100,000 a year when somebody else, Mr. Speaker, is making a small fraction of that, and they're dealing with the costs of living, Mr. Speaker? So I'm surprised at the opposition when they are raising that kind of a question. When in my heart, Mr. Speaker, I believe that supports need to be targeted to those who most need it.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no one is suggesting that we give checks to 100,000 people, people making $100,000, because heck, that would mean that MLAs would get them, and we know that's not going to happen. So food inflation continues to hover around 10%, and we know that this means Nova Scotians have less on their plates as a result. And Mr. Speaker, members of the government don't need to look outside their ridings to see the impacts of their lack of support. For instance, in Antigonish, the Minister of Health's riding, almost 6,000 food bank visits were made in the last year. In Lunenburg, Minister of Education's writing, 7,500 visits in the last year. In Inverness, the Minister of Finance is writing 4,800 visits to food banks in the last year. And I could go on and on. With so many constituents seeing less food on their dinner table, why isn't support being addressed at the cabinet table?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, we have made substantial and significant investments. And I know that the opposition is against food banks, but let me tell you about the 160-some food banks. Well, you've said it.
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Community Services has the floor.
We have over 160 food banks in this province that this government has made substantial investments. And many of those food banks aren't just about, ensuring that there's food there. They combine it as a hub so that kids can come in and learn how to cook. They might have a health component to it. So while the opposition is against this, it's shameful because we need to be putting a positive, proactive spin on our food banks in Nova Scotia.
The Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education. Today, education support workers are on strike on both the South Shore and Annapolis Valley. The core issue is fairness. The same work should mean the same wage. A payroll clerk working on the South Shore makes $24.34 per hour. The same person working in the HRM earns $30.65 per hour. My question to the minister, why does her government think the education workers on the South Shore is worth $6 less than someone working in the same job in Halifax?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I can be, and have been, really, really clear about this. Our government fully supports wage parity and fully supports equivalent compensation across the province, equal pay for equal work. An EA who works in Digby should be making the same amount as an EA who works in Antigonish or an EA who works in Glace Bay. However, the education system that we have inherited has 8 separate employers as entities. And across the province right now, we have incredible disparities and differences in pay. However, we understand that the regions have tabled a path to that pay equity. And we are hopeful that the regions and the unions can get back together, negotiate a deal, and get our students back.
The Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierce.
The path is to give it to them now. Mr. Speaker, the minister's constituency office replied to a striking worker by referencing a resolution from the government which stated, quote, "Be it resolved that all members of this House endorse a process that will lead to wage parity across education entities," end quote, and I will table that. My question to the minister, does her definition of wage parity mean that every education support worker in the Valley and South Shore will be paid the same as those working in Halifax now? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And so I want to, there seems to be a misconception across the table as to who exactly is party to the collective agreements that we have in place in education. And I'd like to remind the members that the parties to our agreements in education are the regions, or the CSAP, and the unions. And those are the parties who bargain these deals. Those are the parties who are negotiating.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The process here is that those parties bargain. And so we are very encouraging of those parties to get back to the table and bargain the parity and the path to parity that we're looking for, so that we can have equivalencies in compensation and our students can get back to school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make one thing clear. We in the opposition are not opposed to food banks. What we are opposed to, very clearly, is that more and more Nova Scotians are having to use food banks because of the inaction. Because of the continued inaction of this government. Almost 1 in 5 Nova Scotians do not have enough to eat. 20% of Nova Scotians do not have enough to eat, and this number is going to keep going up. Mr. Speaker, this government has lacked focus to provide significant and meaningful cost of living support. I'd like to ask the government, what is the plan to improve the abysmal state of food security in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of elements to that question. I was even, as he finished asking, I was thinking, should that be agriculture answering that? And I'm the one that's gotten up, so I'm going to have to give a crack at it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we're in an economy right now, Mr. Speaker. We saw a lot of activity during the pandemic, where some people were really hurt, and yet other sectors of the economy did well. I think we're seeing some of the same now, Mr. Speaker. There's people who are doing okay, but there's people who are not. And that's why I keep coming back to the fact that supports have to be targeted. The member asked broad-based, and what I took from that, and sustainable. But what I took from broad-based, Mr. Speaker, is that the members opposite feel we should be doing something for everyone. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, it's the ones that are most hurt that we need to be focused on.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And in the interest of clarity, this question will be for the Minister of Community Services. And to the Minister of Finance's point, we agree that there should be significant help for those who need it the most. And as we've seen from food bank usage, there's not enough happening on that front from this government. A survey done by Feed Nova Scotia showed 80% of food bank clients identified a lack of income and cost of living as the major reason behind their food insecurity. And I'll table that. It's not surprising, Mr. Speaker. No money, no food. Yet, this government has not made support to help Nova Scotians put food on the table a serious priority. I'd like to ask the Minister of Community Services, does this government recognize that by failing to prioritize the cost of living crisis, more and more Nova Scotians do not have enough to eat? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we know that vulnerable Nova Scotians, they need a variety of supports. And for those that are food insecure, I believe that all of our food banks across this province do an exceptional job. And I believe that us working with our food banks locally as MLAs and becoming very aware of their needs, that you're more than welcome to come to me. I know some of you have, and I am grateful for that because we can then make those investments in those areas. Even schools, we're open to making investments wherever the community wants to help to ensure that people are eating healthy and well.
Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, folks on income assistance are struggling perhaps more than ever. 46 respondents of a Feed Nova Scotia survey for those that use food banks are on income support. 91% of them said that the amount that they're receiving monthly is inadequate to feed themselves and their families. I'll table that. The cost of inflation is further suppressing their ability to meet their basic needs. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Community Services, why did this government choose not to increase income assistance last budget?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, vulnerable Nova Scotians need a broad range of supports. We know that. And that is why this government has taken a very thoughtful approach to it. My colleagues didn't leave this all up to the Department of Community Services. We sit together collectively talking about what needs are needed by Nova Scotians, and that's why we've created the Seniors Care Grant. That's why we reduced child care. That's why we're talking about having possibly a lunch program in the schools. That's why we have increased wages for ECEs and CCAs, rent supplements. So we've covered a broad
member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I can appreciate, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister that there are many initiatives that are ongoing, but there seems to be kind of a piecemeal nature to the funding that's being distributed, and that creates a challenge. And we as a Liberal caucus believe that there needs to be a baseline that is set that gives people a stronger ability to meet their basic needs. New Brunswick, for example, has stepped up to increase income assistance to inflation. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Minister, will she step up and index income assistance to inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I think about this carbon tax that's coming. And what amazes me, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals don't realize the drag that it's going to place on the economy. Even if people were handed money back, Mr. Speaker, there's still going to be a drag on the economy that they're not even accounting for, Mr. Speaker. And think about how that is going to hurt people across this province, Mr. Speaker. We don't understand, Mr. Speaker, how parties opposite can support that tax.
The Honourable Member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, Feed Nova Scotia notes that food insecurity can be devastating. People who are food insecure are more likely to experience poorer mental and physical health outcomes, which I can table. This government was elected on a promise to fix our healthcare system. Access to healthy food is critical to a person's well-being and a key social determinant of health. My question to the Minister of Community Services, if this government is so committed to the health of Nova Scotians, why hasn't this government made specifically food security a priority?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, this government absolutely has been discussing and has made food security a priority. That's why I have ongoing conversations with the Minister of Education, with the Minister of Health, with the Minister of Agriculture. We are working as hard as we can to look at everything and come up with solutions. That's why we are discussing a lunch program. That is why during Hurricane Fiona, we increased income assistance of $150 to help with food loss, but we've also invested over $40 million during Hurricane Fiona. That's why the Department of Community Services continues putting millions of dollars towards Feed Nova Scotia. So we continue making those necessary investments. We know it's tough, but we are committed.
Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for her answer, and I'm hopeful that the conversations turn into action sooner rather than later, because Feed Nova Scotia, who she's mentioned that they have funded, states in the table that I just documented, household food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs for an active and healthy life. The cost of living crisis is putting food security out of reach of many Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, 1 in 6 households in Nova Scotia are food insecure currently, 1 in 6. And with the way things are going, this is only expected to increase. Mr. Speaker, will this government make food security a priority, not just a conversation with other departments, and provide support to Nova Scotians who are just trying to eat? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when we think about food, we have to think about fuel, because the two often travel together. And when it comes to the production of food, the transport of food, the price of fuel, Mr. Speaker, is a big cost contributor to the price of food. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the federal government choosing to put forward a federal carbon tax, a liberal carbon tax at this time? Mr. Speaker, why? We don't understand it, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we've stood up to fight against it, because we know it's going to make the price of food more expensive. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. If you've got a tractor in the field or you've got a truck on the highway, if it has to do with food, Mr. Speaker, you're adding a carbon tax, you're making things more expensive.
Honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. The installation of a heat pump system has the potential to save households thousands in annual heating bills and could also play an important role in reducing our province's carbon emissions. The upfront costs of the systems, however, pose a real barrier to low-income households, making these long-term savings inaccessible. While the province offers some relief in the form of rebates, these are a far cry from the relief offered in New Brunswick, where households who make under $70,000 can receive a free heat pump and installation. So, Mr. Speaker, will this government follow New Brunswick's lead and offer a similar program in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. It's a very important question, and it's part of how we're going to assist some low-income families. We advocated very hard, Mr. Speaker, to the federal government, and they made a commitment to my colleague in Environment and Climate Change a few months ago of $200 million that's going to go out to Canadians for things like heat pumps. And 120 of that million is coming to Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia has one of the highest rates of home heating oil fuel to be used. I'm very pleased to say that my department is right now in communications with the federal government. We're waiting for a response from the federal government, but we're looking to get that program installed ASAP and hopefully before the winter months come.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the nights are getting colder, Nova Scotians are growing concerned, as the minister has said, about the cost of heating their homes. Someone from Dartmouth told us, quote, the price of oil is insane. Combined with the increase in price of everything else, and winter now coming, we need to pay double the price to heat our home or pay $10,000 to change our furnace to go with the heat pump. So last we heard, the federal government is waiting for our government to submit a proposal for home heating assistance program. I believe this is the one the minister has just mentioned, which could grant our province over $60.5 million. The deadline's fast approaching, and our province, we heard, has not yet submitted a plan. So, Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking. Nova Scotian families are paying the price. Is the minister leaving this money on the table, or can we expect to hear something soon?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and absolutely not. We're not leaving anything on the table. Mr. Speaker, that program was installed by the federal government because of the advocacy of this government here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, we have no idea who the federal spokesperson was in the news article last week. We have no clue who that was. I went and clarified it with our department staff, Mr. Speaker. We were actually waiting to hear back from them, Mr. Speaker. We were waiting to hear back from them on that program. Mr. Speaker, there's $120 million that are allotted to Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, this government is going to take every cent that we can get, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we hear this government talk about food banks as they were the solution to food insecurity. Earlier this session, the Minister of Community Services stated again we have invested in a number of food banks in response to a question about Nova Scotians not having enough money for food. Feed Nova Scotia has noted that charity is not the path forward to address food insecurity in the long term. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, food banks are a stopgap. They are not the long-term plan to fight food insecurity, so I would ask the minister, what is the long-term plan to end food security in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Mr. Speaker, I never ever said that food banks were the solution to food insecurity. I believe that everyone in this House knows that food banks is there to help when people unexpectedly are having a challenging time in their life. And some people need them more, to use them more than others. But again, we are working as a government to collectively come up with ideas and solutions and how we can reduce poverty, how we can, ensure that Nova Scotians are eating well and their basic needs are met. And that's why, again, if you're against us working collaboratively to find solutions, well then, I can't help you with that. But I assure you that we're working together, and it goes to show that we're working together when we're talking about a lunch program.
Member 2.
Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about collaboratively? We provided 2 great solutions. One was the lunch program, universal for kids and school supplies in September, and the government didn't act on any one of them. They could have made that decision yesterday. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, with the rising costs of food on families, more and more Nova Scotia children are at risk of becoming food insecure and impoverished. Currently, 1 in 3 children are at risk of going to school hungry, and I'll table that. The minister's mandate letter directs the minister to establish a 5-year target for the reduction of childhood poverty in the province, and I'll table that as well. It appears this is still incomplete. Mr. Speaker, a timeline for the completion of this mandate item was supposed to be completed within 90 days. Will the Minister of Community Services tell Nova Scotians when they will see the 5-year target and when this government will make reducing childhood poverty a priority?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Community Services has been working extremely hard for that part of my mandate, which I take extremely, extremely seriously. There's a lot of work that's been happening to work on that strategy. I would say that we are basically at the end of that, and I believe that the individuals in my department have got it right. And we are very proud of them that have worked really hard, and stay tuned. We are looking at that strategy, and I believe that it'll be coming out soon, and we'll have more to say then. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
I guess Nova Scotians are going to have to fill their bellies on ideas and meetings. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General reports findings on healthy school food makes one thing very clear. We need a healthy universal school lunch program now. For over a year, we've heard vague answers from this government on when and if this important program will happen. Now, with the cost of food at a record-breaking high, this program is more important than ever. Mr. Speaker, I will keep my question to this government very short and simple. When will a universal health program, when will a universal healthy school lunch program be available in all our public schools?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I want to assure the members opposite that we are, in fact, working very hard with our federal counterparts and within our department and across departments to look at what options are available for the expansion of access to food in schools. We know having availability of healthy food in schools is important, not only for learning, but also to support students' well-being. But I also want to remind the member opposite and families, any families who need or want to know this, that there is food available in schools. So not only do we have the very successful breakfast program that a PC government first introduced in 2005, but we also have food that's available throughout the day for any students who need it. No student will go hungry in school. We will make sure of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
So to be very clear, there is not food available at all times in every single school. In fact, if you talk to people at schools, they'll tell you that the 6,200 that's being provided is not enough. And those programs rely on volunteerism. The minister should know that. Last Wednesday at Public Accounts, we heard from the Deputy Minister that a healthy school lunch program has been in development for some time, and I'll table that. Yet when the Minister was asked in question period if the government was committed to a universal healthy school lunch program, she was less clear. The Minister stated that she was committed to the provisions of a healthy food in schools and that she was working towards ensuring that our students have broader access to food in schools. She never said if the department and the government was committed to a universal school program. I will ask the Minister very simply, will she commit to a universal healthy school program before the beginning of the next school year? Yes or no?
Education and early childhood development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I also want to be really clear about some of the incredible strengths that we have in our system around healthy food in schools. And one of those strengths is the diversity and variety of programming that we have across the province. So food in schools look different from school to school and from community to community because different communities and different schools have different needs. So we see things like salad bars in some areas. We see things like food pantries in other areas. We have great partners in Nourish Nova Scotia and in other community partners. So what we want to do as we look to expand the availability and access of food in schools is to make sure we understand all of those incredible strengths and leverage those strengths. That's the work that's underway. That's the discussion that we're having amongst our government and with...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of living crisis is having a significant impact on our seniors, and despite the increase to the Seniors Care Grant, it is not accessible enough for struggling seniors. Seniors are having to choose between paying for their prescriptions or putting food on the table, and I'll table that. And I'm not exaggerating. Mr. Speaker, a report by Feed Nova Scotia noted 56% of the food bank clients had to sacrifice expenditure on food to pay for prescription medications. And I'll table that, which is in the same article. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care. Why is this government leaving our seniors to choose between being hungry or going without medication?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I totally disagree with the fact that we are leaving seniors behind. There has been unprecedented investment in seniors by this government. We are not the government that, in fact, cut back on food and budgets in long-term care 2 years in a row. We are, in fact, not the government that saw 500,000 fewer home care visits by the previous Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, the wait time for home care in the province of Nova Scotia has dropped 50% in the past year. So I disregard the fact that seniors are being left behind, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Preston.
So I thank the Minister for the response. And I would say, as someone in my constituency, the gap is in seniors for African Nova Scotians are being left behind and are inadequately served by this government. My question, Mr. Speaker, the Seniors Care Grant, while helpful for some, is not covering it. The Seniors Care Grant covers delivery for fee for food and prescriptions, not for food and prescriptions themselves. No senior in this province should have to choose between paying for food or getting a much-needed prescription. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister, will they increase government aid seniors for prescriptions so they no longer have to make impossible decisions?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that we did do is we brought in a Seniors Care Grant for the first time ever. That's number one. Number two, we are always looking for ways to improve things. So last year it was for yard work and snow shoveling. This year you can apply it to your phone bill. So if you can now put it on your phone bill, there's an opportunity to use that money that you would have used on your phone bill for other things, including medication and food. But let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, every single minister and every single department on this side of the aisle is focused on targeted, sustainable investments, unlike the previous government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Jennifer Graves recently bravely spoke out against the abuse of non-disclosure agreements used to silence victims of sexual assault. She describes this government's waffling on the issue as a failure of leadership. She says, so basically what you're saying is that you agree that it's abusive, but you just don't think that it's necessary to take any action. The time is now. It needs to happen now. This is an unacceptable response from this government, and I'll I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier agree with the Justice Minister that action on this issue, this important issue, is not a priority right now of this government?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the member. I think we all agree that nobody wants to see non-disclosure agreements used to silence victims, and we want to make sure that when they are used in the proper way. And as I've said in the past, we're continuing to look to see what other jurisdictions across the country are doing. We know that PEI has just put theirs in place. It came in active in May of this year, so it's been in place for 6 months, and we'll continue to see what Manitoba and British Columbia are doing as well.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Native.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, Christina Fiefeld, a trauma therapist with the Avalon Sexual Assault Center, explains that because allegations are not made public, NDAs also have the effect of protecting perpetrators of assault, potentially leaving them free to continue their behavior. An additional cause of worry for survivors. She says our province must pay attention to when we minimize and when we act on violence. This is a public safety issue. The government says they are waiting for results of a jurisdictional scan, but this issue does not need waiting and seeing. It needs leadership. Mr. Speaker, the Premier is delaying action on this issue. Who are you protecting?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And as I said previously, so far PEI is the only jurisdiction that has these in place. We'll continue to see and monitor the situation. And once again, I will say, you know, trying to support survivors and have abuse and dealing with that in a sensitive, respectful manner is certainly a priority of this government, and I'm sure it's a priority of everybody in this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's new gas tax that they admit will come in January will mean a massive increase to home heating. After this year, home heating has already increased by 50%. We know that homes tend to use oil furnaces, are proportionally more frequent in rural areas across the province. The carbon levy this government is letting in, just as other Conservative governments have in Ontario and Alberta and so on down the list, will only add additional pressures for these residents. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, considering that the Houston gas tax will have disproportionate impacts on rural Nova Scotians and our seniors trying to stay warm this winter, what is the government's plan to support them?
I'll ask the member to retract the name of the gas tax. The Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you. I'll retract that statement. What is the government's plan to support them with these increased costs? What will the rebate be exactly that this gas tax plan has been brought in by this government?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protecting Nova Scotians is the top priority of this government. Protecting the environment is a top priority of this government. That's why, out of general revenues this year, we invested $57 million in energy efficiency. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to make those key investments to support Nova Scotians, but the most clear and present danger to affordability for Nova Scotians is a Liberal carbon tax, and I won't retract that, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has shown no interest in negotiating with the federal government to get the best deal for Nova Scotia as we have right now. The Federal Environment and Climate Change Department is still awaiting a plan from the government on how it will roll out the province's $60.5 million share of the federal fund to make home heating more affordable for families. My colleague brought this up. A source in the Minister Guilbeault's office is quoted in this article as saying, they, being Nova Scotia, know all the terms, but we haven't received even just a draft proposal or any idea of how they want to roll out. I'll table that for everyone to read. That's from the Minister's office, that they refuse to negotiate on anything. Handing in their homework late seems to be a trend with this government, especially when it comes to energy and environment. I want to ask the Minister of either department relevant, Winter is coming. I want to ask the minister, when will they submit a plan, proposal, or even a draft? Before the winter or not? This is home heating that most Nova Scotians will depend on.
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've negotiated with Ottawa, and we've been crystal clear. We have a bill before the legislature that will hold large emitters accountable, but we've been clear.
Order, please. Order, please. The time for oral questions put to ministers has expired. We'll continue with the daily routine. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call bills for third reading?
Bills for third reading.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill 196, Art Gallery, Nova Scotia, an act to amend?
Order, please. Order, please. Bill number 196, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I gingerly get to my place here. And I now move that Bill 196, Amendments to the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act, be read a third time. Mr. Speaker, we've had the opportunity to discuss this bill in depth. And I only want to take a moment to reiterate that these amendments are intended to strengthen and modernize the gallery's governance and operations. They arise from this government's commitment to make sure agencies, offices, Crown corporations are operating. They're efficient, effective, and accountable. And they also reflect what we have heard directly from the gallery board and leadership. We work closely with them on preparing amendments to this act to address their governance challenges and to find solutions. And by establishing a nominating committee, we are taking steps to ensure that the board will reflect the diversity of the communities that it serves. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle asked earlier about the clause to move gallery staff into the broader public service to become direct employees of the gallery. I want to assure them that the NSG-EU were consulted on the change in advance and had no issues with it. This change will give the gallery greater flexibility to meet its operational needs. There was also some discussion about the clause that gives the minister authority to approve the hiring or determination of a CEO following a board recommendation. This step is simply another layer of accountability. It gives the minister opportunity to review options put forward by the board, adding one more check and balance to the process. This is a positive step as we support the board to position the gallery for success both now and in the future. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat and I look forward to the passage of Bill 196.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure we have talked about our Gallery of Nova Scotia last week enough time, and to emphasize the value of Nova Scotia and Art Gallery. And also our culture, the history of those institutions. And it's fair to say those values and those cultures, just to summarize, an hour a day, I think that will not be fair. Having said that, for the sake of the time of this House, I stood at this subject matter last week almost an hour. And I still believe that has not been lost. The Art Gallery and other important culture centers should maintain their independence from the Minister's office. I still stand with that. And we know how important it is to have an independent entity and board and community-oriented individuals who believe what they do and their expertise. And that's why I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is wise to maintain this independence. We support the work of the art gallery, but we want to ensure that the art gallery board remain independent and can do their work without political pressure from this government. And I say this government, that could be the future government. That could be any government. Because we know the function of a sitting government is the political ideas. And that's why we need to have an independent board, individuals, members of the community who can maintain this independence. Mr. Speaker, that's my belief, and I stand with. There's nothing to be against the minister's leadership. As I stated last week, I think the minister has enough in his folder. He has enough his responsibility, and it's unhealthy to add more responsibilities, especially the subject matter of arts, culture, because those issues have no political boundaries, and we know that. Because of that reason, we need to maintain this independence. That doesn't mean the minister and his staff do not have the capacity. They do. But this will add more responsibility in their daily schedule. I could not emphasize more than I said last week how important it is to respect and to honor those citizens who cherish certain aspects of our life, especially when it comes heritage, culture, arts. And we do have a lot of members of this community, Mr. Speaker, who have the passion, who have the skills, and who can do this job independently. But we as elected officials, if we don't recognize that, I think we're making a great mistake. Mr. Speaker, we have to be mindful of the decisions we make this House, especially issues that unite us as a people of this province. Issues that have no boundaries. Issues that we all cherish. And our Gallery of Nova Scotia is one of them. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the Minister to not to ignore the valuable suggestions and ideas and recommendations we as a member of this House are offering. And I will ask the Minister to reconsider this action, and I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say a few words about this bill and about the discussion we've been having over the last week or so on this bill. And I recognize that in a normal sitting, perhaps we wouldn't have had this much discussion about the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia and a couple of what originally appeared to be some housekeeping amendments to the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act. But I do want to stand and speak for just a couple of minutes on it. There's lots of good things about this bill, as I have said, Mr. Speaker, and different times of standing. One thing I think is really good about it is the diversity panel. I actually haven't spoken about that. It's a very important step especially for an arts organization who, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the board governance and the challenges the board has faced, but I suspect that it has had difficulty in making sure that the diversity on the board of directors reflects the diversity in the province and the diversity of artists in the province. So obviously anything that can help the board recruit and encourage folks to put their name forward for the board, I think that's great. I also think that a smaller board is a good idea. Having been on several boards of arts organizations throughout my life, I know that they can be unruly. And especially when we're talking about arts and culture, Mr. Speaker, where passions are big and sometimes you know, creative people find themselves in these positions on boards of directors, it can be difficult to reach agreement. And so a bit of a smaller board will be, I'm sure, very helpful for the art gallery. It becomes much more manageable, makes quorum easier to achieve, all of that. And lastly, I think that you know, this shift from the gallery staff to become civil servants seems to me to make a lot of sense, especially again as someone who's run an arts organization, to be able to have flexibility with staff and staffing and a flexibility in how to use one's budget. I think it's really important. And so for all of those reasons, I think this bill is good. But here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Like many of the bills we've seen that are on the order paper that we've been discussing in this sitting or this session, this feels a little bit like an omnibus bill. I mean, it's not because it's all in the same department, but there's a whole bunch of good stuff and a little bit of bad stuff. And so it's difficult to support the bill, and I wish the bills could be separated. I wish there could be two different bills to address the needed amendments to the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. Because I think this question of governance and of ministerial oversight in matters of board governance and in matters of art, Mr. Speaker, in particular, I think is a real problem, a real issue. The minister will say that it's a layer of accountability. It adds checks and balances, but there's really no reason. If a board of directors has chosen a new director, a new CEO, new whatever, CAO, whatever the role of the person is, then there shouldn't need to be ministerial oversight. There shouldn't need to be a rubber stamp by the minister. If we have put our faith in the Board of Governors to run the organization properly and with the best interests of Nova Scotians at heart, then there's no reason for the minister to have to check and balance that decision. I will remind the House that it was a conservative, progressive conservative government under John Hamm that was responsible for the demise of the Nova Scotia Arts Council, an arm's length arts council that provided funding, grant funding that was by peer-assessed juries. Peer-assessed juries. And we do now have some juries, some grants in Nova Scotia that are back to being peer-assessed, Mr. Speaker, but a large chunk of the ones that were peer-assessed are not now. And so I'm seeing nods over here. We have a former minister of CCTH right here, and he can attest to that. It's not a good precedent for that type of granting to be done without peer assessment and without an arm's length relationship to the government. And so this is more in line with that government of Dr. John Ham, in terms of taking away the arm's length relationship of art making and art producing and the government. And I know it sounds like bananas, Mr. Speaker, to say, like, what if the government was to overreach and to decide that, you know, a piece of art was not worthy of being shown in the gallery, or what if it was too controversial to be shown in the gallery, or what if it challenged the policies of a government and therefore shouldn't be under public view. These are things that we in Nova Scotia, we think, oh, that'll never happen. But it happens. It happens. All over the world it happens. Artists are killed because of the art that they make. They are the challengers of public policy. They are the challengers of ideas. They are the presenter of new ideas and new ways of thinking, and that can be extremely threatening to governments. And just because that kind of thing has never happened in our happy little province of Nova Scotia doesn't mean it couldn't happen. And it might seem hyperbolic, but this is the type of legislation, this is the type of amendment that paves the way to that kind of change and that kind of action. It's a dangerous precedent. Mr. Speaker, we need artists, and we need art making, and we need an art gallery of Nova Scotia, and we need a new art gallery of Nova Scotia for that matter, and we need investment in art. As Gabrielle Roy famously said, and is it printed on our $20 bill, or used to be, could we ever know each other in the slightest except for the arts? That's quite a thing to contemplate, that it's art and culture that help us know each other in a real way, to meet each other and to see each other. And we need to protect that. And this bill, in its tiny little way, cuts away at that protection. And I really urge the government to think about that, Mr. Speaker, and make sure, if we must pass this legislation, that the government takes it upon itself to protect the value of art and artists, and show artists and art makers and art buyers and art consumers, art lookers, that it understands how important an artist's voice or an artist's statement is in this province, and that it will never threaten the independence of artists. Thank you.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that we have spoken at length about our particular concerns on this bill at Committee of the Whole. But since the Committee of the Whole is not in Hansard, I just wanted to go on the record here with our major and significant concern with this bill, which in fact is the first of many bills in which this government is really choosing to go backwards with respect to good governance of Crown corporations. And again, these documents were tabled previously, and I will quote succinctly from the Ivy School of Business on best practice principles of corporate governance for Crown corporations. And it discusses the problems when the minister has a direct relationship with the CEOs of organizations, and we're seeing it in a number of bills, including this bill concerning the art gallery. And from page 34 of that report, it says it can be perceived that the CEO is more responsive to government and less responsive to the board's input and influence. And that came from the Auditor General's report in Manitoba in 2009. So the crux of the matter here is that good governance sets a very logical line of accountability which is being deviated by this legislation and other pieces of legislation. And I quoted previously from a 2005 report by the Treasury Board of Canada with respect to the Crown Corporation governments, entitled "The Review of the Governance Framework for Canada's Crown Corporations Meeting the Expectations of Canadians." And they spoke to this issue of governance and how important it is that those governance trails of accountability are clear and how they need to be reinforced. And so the federal government made it very clear some 17 years ago that the minister is responsible to Parliament, that the board of directors is responsible to the minister, and the CEO is responsible to the board of directors. And that is very clear, researched evidence on how good governance should and shall be done in this country. So this bill, unfortunately, is a huge step backwards, creating inconsistencies in those lines of accountability that may lead to significant problems in our Crown corporations, and including the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. So we on this side of the House feel that these are dangerous approaches to be taking with respect to our relationship with our partner organizations, with our Crown corporations, and can lead to either the actual or the perceived indication of political interference in the hiring and firing of the key employee in any organization, the CEO. And it's for that reason that we vehemently oppose this approach of a politician having the direct power of the hiring and firing of CEOs and having that power go around the board of directors, who are the ones meeting on a monthly basis, setting out the strategic directions and directing staff and doing performance appraisals of staff. And that work is undermined by this legislation by giving the power of hiring and firing to one person who is a politician. A politician who may have friends that find their way into these positions, or friends that want to find their way into these positions. And there is a real and perceived possibility that political influence will undermine the effectiveness of these organizations. And I just wanted to go on the record once again on how potentially serious this can be to undermining our Crown corporations and their ability to effectively serve Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I am to recognize the minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the government certainly values artists and the in artwork, and we've had considerable engagement with the sector prior to and through the creation of this here legislation. Although I don't agree with everything my colleagues have mentioned just in the last few minutes, I want to thank them for their comments and suggestions from my honourable colleagues. And with that, I will close debate of third reading on Bill 196, Amendments to the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 196, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay? Nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 196, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill 198, Emergency 911 Act and Emergency Management Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 198, the Emergency 911 Act and the Emergency Management Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Minister responsible for EMO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 198 be now read for a third time. I'm pleased to rise again to speak about amendments to the Emergency Management Act and Emergency 911 Act that will compel critical service providers, including local telecommunications service providers, to provide reliable service and better communication to Nova Scotians during an emergency. Mr. Speaker, these proposed changes will require critical service providers to take reasonable actions to ensure continuation of service and develop an annual emergency response plan that must be approved by the Minister. The changes provide the Minister with authority to develop an emergency response table, which could request the physical attendance of critical service providers and records associated with the response to the emergency at the Provincial Coordination Centre. And the changes will add a rebate to the customer equal to the financial benefit acquired by the critical service provider from customers while customers were not receiving a service. Failure to comply with the legislation and/or regulations could result in significant daily fines. Mr. Speaker, as a result of Fiona's destruction, many residents were unable to access telephone services to communicate with others or to access emergency 911 services. Even though many Nova Scotians were disconnected from phone, internet, and emergency services, they continue to be charged for these services by telecommunications companies. To further exacerbate the situation during the Hurricane Fiona, Mr. Speaker, emergency responders and electrical repair line personnel were unable to communicate with each other or with coordination centres. This resulted in many parties wondering what solutions were being used to resolve the effects of the disaster. If telecommunications companies are charging Nova Scotians hundreds of dollars a month for service, they owe it to their customers to ensure they are receiving the services they are paying for. These communications issues are not unique to Nova Scotia. This is nationwide. There is federal regulation for telecommunications, but the province is responsible for emergency management and local matters, Mr. Speaker. We are coming at this issue with critical service providers, including local telecom companies, from an emergency preparation and response position. Telecommunications is critical during and after any weather event, and Nova Scotians need to be able to call 911 and connect with loved ones during an emergency. Mr. Speaker, we need our telecommunication companies to step up and do better. We will no longer accept the status quo. We need to see significant improvements before the next storm. Fiona taught us an important lesson. We have to take action now to be ready for the next event. Mr. Speaker, with all that said, I look forward to hearing my colleagues in the House comments on this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak on this bill. And just want to know that collaboration, we've heard it many times, it's a working practice among individuals to go to get and arrive at a common purpose. And in this case, as the Minister spoke, keeping the telecoms operating for residents to communicate with one another during severe weather events, something we all desire. Charging the telecoms to step up, as he said, $250,000 a day when they don't, if they don't, may not be viewed as collaboration. That being said, it is what it is. But I want to speak to the amendment that I made during this discussion to actually implement a vulnerable persons registry. At that time, the Minister of Justice rose and said that he would work with me as the member opposite to formulate and make the vulnerable persons registry happen. And I just want to ask the minister in his closing remarks to speak to that. I'm going to get cut off. So on the bill, I just want to say, again, it's just about having the telecom companies formulate a collaborative partnership with this government, but they will be charged on a daily basis for when they don't come. So I have nothing further to say to this. I think the clerk had got up to say something to you. I kind of notice when that happens. So I will close my remarks in saying that we support this bill.
To the member, it's a sign that you're learning. So am I. The honourable member for Cape Breton Central, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing I will say, as much I do support this bill, I think it is a great step forward with regards to what occurred during Hurricane Fiona. I will say that, and the minister and I have had this conversation regarding the constitutionality of being able to find them. While I understand the reasoning, my only big concern really is the constitutionality of doing so. And I know the minister had said it was a subject of internal debate, but the concept was that the department said that it feels like it's constitutional. And so my only big question to the minister, and I hope he addresses it in his closing, is it feels constitutional, or has legal said that it is constitutional? Because I think it's very important with this bill, because, as I said, I do support the fact that we are going to hold the telecoms to account. I think it's really important to do that and make sure that they are at the table. Because, as I said this before in second reading, I believe it was, or it was committee of the whole, days are blending together at times here, that it is extremely important that we are able, Nova Scotians are able to communicate with their loved ones from one end of the province to the other during these types of events. But it's also important that emergency EMO information is getting to the public. And when our telecoms go down, and as well as when our radio airwaves, our news on the radio is also gone down and is unable to provide a signal, that we need we need some form of being able to communicate, and that is why the telecoms being at the table is extremely important. And the fact that it seems that we've had to coax them and beg them to come to the table is an extreme problem, and I hope that this solves it. But again, as much as I appreciate this bill and I support what it's trying to do, I just do hope that the minister can talk about if legal has brought forward that this bill is constitutional. Because the one thing I do not want to see, Mr. Speaker, is what we've seen in the past, and that is unconstitutional bills being struck down by the courts, which is a huge expense on our government. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to talk very briefly to this bill, and I'll give you the reason why right now. 1975, there was a young telecommunications power engineer who started his 30-year career with the telephone company. He stands before you today. Through that, I understand how telecommunications worked. You had the ability to pick up your phone and make a telephone call because the power went through the wires right to that phone that you had in your house. 911 service was the operator. You dialed 0. You had that. Communications has evolved tremendously over these last close to 50 years. The telecommunications company, as we call them, the industry, has a duty to all of its customers, all of Canada. When the PC was invented, and yes, I started in my career before the PC was invented, the talk of the day was about sight, about communications, information, telecommunications, and entertainment. And so you have companies today who are providing communications, such as Bell Media, who provide content and everything else. With that evolution, though, comes great responsibility for the primary focus of this discussion, and that is the safety of all our citizens. There are challenges in how they will keep networks up and how they will keep individual consumers communicating. But I will tell you this, the industry has the ability through their Network Operations Center to understand where the failures are. They understand redundancy, they understand single point of failures, and they also understand mean time to restore service. So I think what we're asking here is not unexpected. In fact, I would suggest that communications companies have huge regulatory environments and groups who understand what's at stake here. So I'm looking forward to them coming forward and to help not only the province understand, but to keep our 911 services up and to help everybody in events of emergency. So I absolutely support this, understanding where we've come from 50 years ago to today. With that evolution, with that reliance our society now has on communications, I think it's also incumbent upon the service providers to make sure that they are stepping up to ensure the safety of all our citizens. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Bill. I would like to make a couple of comments similar to what I made in second reading, and that is that I hope the minister responsible will also, in addition to holding our telecommunications companies accountable, that he will also hold someone accountable to ensure the areas that currently have no cell phone coverage, meaning they have no 911 service, hold them accountable to ensuring that all areas of Nova Scotia, especially where there are roads that people could be breaking down or having accidents, or where people are living, that they actually have cell phone service so that they can call 911 in the event of an emergency on a regular day, not just looking at times when we have storms like Hurricane Fiona. So I think that's been an ongoing issue. The second issue that I want to bring up is something that is maybe more an issue along the northern shore from Tidnish down. I know Pictou County has had the same problem, and that is when people call 911 along the shore, the calls are often rerouted or they go directly to Prince Edward Island or New Brunswick, and this causes delays. And in the past, I've sent letters to the minister responsible for municipal affairs and 911 Act asking for this to be fixed, and they punted it back to the telecommunications company, not taking any responsibility. So my request to the minister is, if this is something that is the responsibility of telecommunications, find a way to make them accountable for that too. Because there have been times where there's been up to 7 to 8 minutes of delays in calling fire service because calls were rerouted to PEI. In one case, a call went to PEI 911. They sent it to New Brunswick. New Brunswick sent it to Nova Scotia, so causing even more delays. So that is a problem for many taxpayers of Nova Scotia. It's an area that should be fixed. I also hope the ministers responsible that have talked about the Volunteer Persons Registry do take that under advisement from the member from Cole Harbour Dartmouth, and that is put in place, because we saw all too well this last hurricane many people that were vulnerable, that we did not have a health database to ensure that people could be cared for. And my last comment would be, I do support this bill, but I think I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the fact that the government is very concerned about people being able to call 911, but we have a huge issue of the government not holding account the private company that's supposed to provide 911 service. And last week in the legislature, I highlighted a woman who fractured her hip, waited 6 hours, and there's story after story after story after their delays. So we need the government to also hold the private company who's still supposed to be providing 911 service accountable, as well as the telecommunications companies. And with those few words, I will end debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Speaker, I'm just going to talk quickly on this one. I too support this bill. I will say that we have a government now that's holding two of the utilities accountable, that being Nova Scotia Power and the telecommunication. I will say that there was just an announcement today that Halifax Water, for example, is increasing their water rates 7.2%. So I'm hoping that this government that likes to intervene and step in to protect taxpayers, whether it's rising costs or utility like telecommunication that is going down, maybe they'll step in and do something about the Halifax water rates, which we know that water is a basic need. And a lot of people that we had a discussion today about inflation and people on income assistance and the working class now just get hit with another 7.2% increase. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing I will say is that, yes, it's important to have access to telecommunication, and we saw that during one of the hurricanes where the cell network went down in my community, and it took quite a bit of time to come back up. Something that we've been asking for quite some time is an expansion of comfort stations, so that when hurricanes and storms do hit, and we know that they're becoming more and more because of climate change, that communities have access to comfort stations, Mr. Speaker, and part of those comfort stations is charging for cellular and also access to a satellite phone for when the services do go down. If you look at my community, for example, if you live in Pennant or Sambro, the nearest comfort station is in Fairview. Well, we don't have a bus. So they asked people during, I think it was Hurricane Fiona, which made landfall in Ketch Harbor, they asked people to evacuate those areas. Well, a lot of those people are seniors, a lot of those people were without vehicles. They actually could not evacuate those areas, Mr. Speaker. So they had to ride out the storm, and they lost phone service. So one of the things that I would ask is maybe the Minister for Municipal Affairs can have this discussion. I know it was something that I tried to push in my short time as Minister, which is more funding and more money for comfort stations in rural Nova Scotia and urban parts or rural parts of urban areas. That way, when the cell service and the phone services do go down, if they do go down again, seniors and vulnerable people and individuals that live in those communities have a place to go, and they have access to a satellite phone. I know that the Minister of Municipal Affairs himself has a satellite phone that he has to have on him at all times because the department needs to be in contact with him. So I would say that I would hope that this is something, if we're going to do something like this, a federally regulated utility, if we're going to step in and hold them accountable, which again I will say they need to be held accountable, then we take it a little further and do things that are really needed and really prepare our communities for hurricanes. Those of us that live in coastal communities know that they're especially vulnerable because the infrastructure that's in place there has aged, and with the rising sea levels, the breakwaters no longer are constructed for water levels of decades ago, and they're no longer. Those communities are very vulnerable now because the water levels are much higher than those breakwaters are to handle. So there's a lot of things that can be done, and we're here talking about what's needed during hurricanes and storms, and it can't just be passing legislation that has that does help, but communities are asking for so much more. So my request to the minister would be to look into the breakwaters of these coastal communities, look into soaring water rates that are going to put more and more Nova Scotians into poverty, and look
Order, please.
into...
I think you're straying from the intent of the bill. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
And Mr. Speaker, to not only just look into the cell service, but look into access to people that when cell service does go down, and maybe this is a discussion they could be having with our utility, or it's Bell now. Sorry, I almost said MT&T. It was MT&T when I worked there. That they could have a discussion with them about supplying satellite phones to communities, vulnerable communities, that when these type of storms hit, they have a massive impact on infrastructure. I could tell you, and I'll close with this, like when Hurricane Fiona hit us, the bridge in Ketch Harbor, for example, was hit pretty hard, and so a large part of that community was tied off or cut off from the rest of HRM, and we're asking those people to seek shelter, and then they lose cell phones and they lose access to communication, and it was very. People became very desperate. So maybe the minister could, in those communications, look at expanding access to comfort centers and protecting our coastal communities. And with that, I'll sit down. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will attempt to address several of the concerns. To begin with, for the comfort of the member from Halifax Atlantic, you may have missed it, but we did announce a $2 million program to have generators in comfort stations. So that will address some of the issues which we saw during Fiona when there was extended power outages. There's no power in the comfort station either. So, this will help alleviate that. So that's one thing we've already done. In terms of the, there's several other things that have been mentioned. As the member from Cumberland North knows, one of the things that we have in the works is Next Generation 911. We're working very hard on that. It's my belief, and I could confirm that, but some of the issues that the member mentions with which tower picks up the call, some of that will be addressed by Next Generation 911. It's not only us that are doing Next Generation 911, it's the entire country. The phase-in date is in 2025, and there's an intense amount of work being done right now so that we're ready for that. So it's my hope that that'll address some of those concerns. And as everyone knows, we have more ways than ever of calling 911. We can call it on our phone. Some people have a wristwatch that can call 911. Our cars may call 911 for us. There's a lot of different things happening in the sphere that will necessitate Next Generation 911. So as I mentioned, I believe in, can't remember if it was committee of the whole House or second reading, but in terms of the constitutional aspects of this, as all members of this House know, the EMO Act is a powerful act. We have a massive responsibility, not only us, but our municipal partners in the emergency measures, and there's considerable power there. We believe that this bill is constitutional. So in terms of the Vulnerable Persons Registry, we haven't said yes or no. We've said that we just can't say yes without knowing who's doing it, what's involved, what's the cost, how is it maintained. There's just a lot of questions around a Vulnerable Persons Registry, so we're just not, we're saying we're looking at it, and I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what it will look like exactly, but it's something that may come. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I move to close third reading on Bill 198.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 198. The Emergency 911 Act and the Emergency Management Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 198, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act, and Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, the Emergency Management Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill number 200, Nova Scotia Museum Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 200, the Nova Scotia Museum Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Communities, Culture, Heritage and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that Bill 200, amendments to the Nova Scotia Museum Act, be read a third time. These amendments came based on recommendations from the review of agencies, offices, and Crown corporations that was completed this summer. The amendments will include the Sherbrooke Restoration Committee or Commission Board Chair as a member of the Nova Scotia Museum Board of Governors. This addition includes an important rural, locally managed museum voice to our province's museum governance. It is another step in our commitment to helping agencies, boards, and commissions operate efficiently and effectively. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my place. I look forward to the passage of Bill 200.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to take a few moments and say a few words this amendment. And up front, I will say I'm in favor for this change. And as I said before, in this House, we don't always disagree. There is good things happen here, and we need to cherish when those moments arise in this House. One of the things this amendment got my attention is the two words that go side by side: culture and tourism, and they link one another. And they cherish one another. So because of that reason, I'm in favor for this amendment. The other things that got my attention in this is the willingness of inclusivity and to allow those who are decision makers in this province to include other members of the communities. And sometimes it's very disheartening when I see decisions that are based on rural versus urban, central zone versus people who live rural communities. And some people take advantage for that differences and divide it for the people. So what I see here, it's a goodwill. Bring all Nova Scotians in one place, in one table, and to make a collective decision what is the best interest of the Nova Scotians. And that is another reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm in favor for this change. Having said that, I would like to see this goodwill to continue this government, their decisions, and their willingness to include members of our communities, irrespective of our differences. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I am to recognize the minister, is to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague for his comments. And with those, again, few words, Mr. Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 200, amendments to the Nova Scotia Museum Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 200, the Nova Scotia Museum Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 200, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2019, the Nova Scotia Museum Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 204, Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, an act to amend respecting marketing levies.
Bill number 204, the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, an act to amend respecting marketing levies. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I move that Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting marketing levies, be now read for a third time. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, as part of my mandate, I made a commitment to work with municipalities to review and modernize the HRM and MGA charters. Mr. Speaker, municipalities from across the province have asked me for increased authority and ability to make decisions that allow them to generate more revenue to attract events, people, and tourists to their communities. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the MGA and the Charter allow for a consistent province-wide approach to allow all municipalities across the province to charge a marketing levy toward the purchase price of accommodations. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, marketing levies already exist in many jurisdictions across the country and in only 4 municipalities across our province. Currently, the process for implementing and administrating levies is time-consuming, inconsistent, and has caused confusion for municipalities, tourism marketing organizations, event organizers, sponsors, and visitors. Mr. Speaker, this legislation creates consistency and a fair playing field and has generated wide support from our municipal partners. Mr. Speaker, as I shared earlier in earlier discussion, under the proposed legislation, municipalities will have the authority to choose if they want to impose a levy and at what rate, up to a maximum of 3% of the total cost of the accommodation. This legislation is enabling, not prescriptive. A levy could look different depending on the needs of the municipalities. Mr. Speaker, with today's increased cost of living, it was critical that these amendments struck a strong balance. We know we have to address the needs and concerns of our valued municipal partners and to enhance consistency and fairness around the levies, but we also have to ensure the levies remain one of the lowest in the country. These amendments achieve that. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat an important fact. These levies won't be charged for people who are staying in a hotel for a medical visit or procedure. Mr. Speaker, consultation has taken place with key stakeholders, including all Nova Scotia municipalities and the tourism industry, and they are supportive. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the current process is outdated and unfair. The proposed legislation will fix that and enhance consistency and fairness for all municipalities who want to impose a marketing levy. The legislation reduces red tape and aligns us with neighbouring provinces. Mr. Speaker, the legislation will open the door for municipalities to generate revenue in their communities and enhance tourism. I look forward to hearing the comments of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of this because it's interesting. As a former board member for Discover Halifax, this was discussed at that very time when Airbnb started to become an issue and the unfairness of the Hotel Association charging a hotel levy tax where the Airbnbs did not. So this is, as the minister said, is about a fair playing field for all across the board. And the funds will go back to Discover Halifax to promote tourism, to, like they say, for heads and beds in the future. So I'm totally in support of this, and I'm glad to see that it's mostly just the ability to impose a levy. Going forward, we all know tourism is everyone's role here in Nova Scotia. People love to come to Nova Scotia. We all have a part to promote it, and hopefully sometime all other municipal units in Nova Scotia will take on the same business case as Discover Halifax has and promote the great province that we live in. So in this case, like I said, I like to see consultation and collaboration, and this bill actually says this, and it is in response to Discover Halifax and the Hotel Association. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My comments will be brief. First, I'd like to say that it's great that the 3 C's were involved in this bill. That is consultation, cooperation, and collaboration. because as for some other bills, that has not been the occurrence that's happening, so I'm glad to see it happening here. I would also like to add that adding Airbnbs and short-term rentals into the levies does create that even playing field that the hotel industry has been asking for, and I think that it is it's great that the government has included those Airbnbs and short-term rentals into this bill. And my only hope is that and I will take my chance to say this, I would like to see the government take stronger action on regulating those Airbnbs and those short-term rentals. But this is a good bill, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that was done with cooperation, collaboration, and consultation, specifically with the tourism industry, the NSFM. So with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I reached out to my local constituents on this bill, I did receive some feedback. And I think the feedback was more a reflection of how business owners are feeling in general, not just those in the tourism sector. But the messages that I got back are business owners are tired of government putting more taxes and levies on them. And I realize this bill is more an enabling piece of legislation which will allow municipalities to charge a levy. But I need to make sure that I'm representing the people that I'm here to represent, and they have communicated to me, Mr. Speaker, that the message they want me to send is they're tired of being taxed, they're tired of adding new levies being placed on them. And I know when I was in business, it was very frustrating how much I had to spend on accounting to collect all the different taxes to send to government. And I think it's always important, and I hope our municipalities, municipal governments take that under consider when they're deciding how much they're going to charge. Just yesterday, I met with a property owner who was asking for advice on how to appeal her property tax assessment that has gone up by over 10% year over year after year. And although municipal governments are saying, we're holding taxes, we're not putting your tax rate up, when the Property Valuation Assessment Corporation are putting market value assessments up by so much year after year after year, the municipalities are getting a windfall because of that. So my only comment on this is that I hope municipal governments will take the consideration of small business operators into consideration when they're deciding what levies to put on, because they have a very significant tax base that's growing year after year after year because of the increasing market value assessments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just try to address a couple of points. One is, as the members may know, there's 4 jurisdictions now in the province that have these levies. HRM has it, CBRM has it, Digby has it, and Yarmouth has it. To the point of the member for Cumberland North, the reality is that we are being asked by other jurisdictions who want the levy. So early on in my tenure as Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, I was in a room with a South Shore municipality. I won't say which one, but they were very adamant. They had been asking the previous government for this right. They wanted to have this levy, and they wanted to put it on in their area, but had been told no, it wasn't being done. And we said, well, Digby got it during that same time frame, and they weren't even aware of that. So this is about not us picking winners and losers. This is about enabling jurisdictions to charge this levy. The purpose of the levy will be for tourism. Whether particular, and we certainly don't expect every one of the 49 municipalities in the province to have a levy. It'll be up to the jurisdictions, the municipalities to decide, but it won't be us picking one and not another, which was really literally the case when Digby was chosen and this particular South Shore, at the very same time, South Shore municipality was told no. So this is something we just want that to be, there'd be a straightforward process that we're not saying yes or no. It's the act is there and they have the power to do it. So I believe we're on the right track with that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to close third reading on this bill.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 204, the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, an act to amend respecting marketing levies. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 204, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, respecting marketing levies.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 206, Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 206, the Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 206, amendments to the Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act, be now read a third time. The amendments to Bill 206 have paved the way for the production and use of green hydrogen in Nova Scotia. It's a clear alternative to fossil fuels and can help Nova Scotia meet our ambitious climate change goals. We have a goal of reaching net zero by 2050, Mr. Speaker. We are diversifying our options, and this is helping us get there. And pursuing green hydrogen is one of those options, Mr. Speaker. This is an exciting new industry with many economic benefits for all of Nova Scotia. So we're taking the necessary steps to get the sector up and running as quickly as possible. Bill 207 also makes a handful of administrative amendments for those three pieces of existing legislation that are applied to green hydrogen projects that are being designed and built and operated right here in Nova Scotia. This is not the full extent of the regulatory regime that will need to be in place for this industry to take shape. There are many more steps to take, and I look forward to talking about them in the next year as we speak about our Green Hydrogen Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Membertou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few comments. Green hydrogen is emerging technology. We hear a lot about it on the island and the potential in the Strait area, which you're starting to see some heavy investment and looking at some of the infrastructure that's already been in place. So we're happy with that. One of the things that we'd like to see as they move forward, the government moves forward, and their plan is that it's going to be very competitive. This industry, so really what is going to give Nova Scotia the edge? This is something that multiple jurisdictions are going to be in some pretty heavy competition about, so whether there's tax incentives or something that the government could be offering through their strategy, I think that would also be beneficial too as well. I'll leave my comments there for now. Again, this is emerging technology. We look forward to seeing what potential is there from Nova Scotia, and we appreciate the investments that we're starting to see companies make in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will just have a couple of comments too. This bill is tied with the other bill that we're going to be debating as well today, and in his introduction we heard the Minister refer to green hydrogen and an exciting new technology, but we don't see the words green in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned about that, and I'll have more to say in the next debate. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would have been remiss not to get up and talk a little bit about this bill and the next bill that's coming as well. This is exciting times for the province. This is exciting times for the Strait region as well. It's no secret to anybody here. The Strait of Canso and Point Tupper in particular are a hotbed for discussions with respect to hydrogen and offshore wind. And green hydrogen, But I will say, I think you know the discussions about offshore wind have been ongoing for a while. I do believe that what makes it appealing to organizations and to government and to all of us is the idea of hydrogen with it and green hydrogen with it. But I do want to let everybody know about the work that's been ongoing in the Strait region as well. So the community and the organization that's happening in the Strait region is quite impressive. We have a task force that has been meeting for over a year now. And this task force represents a great deal of stakeholders in the community. So we have 3 municipal units that are involved in this, the mayor of the town of Port Hawkesbury, the warden of Richmond County, the economic development officer for Guysborough are all meeting regularly, along with other stakeholders that include the Strait Superport, the NSCC, you know, actually the Indigenous community, the First Nations community. I actually had Chief Terry Paul on a tour of the Strait of Canso in a tugboat several months back to take a look at what it is going on in the Strait area and the opportunity that's there. And they have been reaching out to the fisheries as well and the Inshore Fishermen's Association. So I will say this is a great opportunity for the province. It's a great opportunity for the Strait of Canso. The Strait of Canso is ready and willing and looking forward to seeing the progress that our wonderful minister and the department are taking on with this. I'll make you blush, don't worry. And with that being said, I'm just gonna have a seat, but again, looking forward to the developments coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the ministers to close debate on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the members opposite and the member behind me for making me blush. But in all seriousness, I look forward to having more regulations come into play as even as government we learn more of this regime to come. But I just want to rest assured the ultimate goal for us here is to get to that green hydrogen action plan in the years to come, and I look forward to speaking about that at further opportunities next year. And I do want to give credit to the task force group that's on the street. They were actually one of my very first meetings after becoming the minister, and I was set back at totally how much an area was open with open arms for the offshore wind, for the development of green hydrogen. But that task force has reached out all across the province to sort of be an ambassador for green hydrogen to come to this province. We have some of the best winds, offshore winds, worldwide. We're recognized for that. That's why the companies are coming here to Nova Scotia to put that investment here. That's why they're coming to this government, to allow them, with these regulation changes and amendments, to make sure that we're a step ahead of everyone else. And it's a bit of a competition, Mr. Speaker, but there's a whole realm that could be hidden in here for all of Nova Scotia. We also look at the other shore in the Bay of Fundy. The highest tides, with one flush of the tide, has more power and force than all the rivers combined in all the world. Once we harness that tide at an affordable expense, can that be going into our grid? Can that be going into more production of green hydrogen? The world's knocking at our door, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I move to close third reading on Bill 206. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 206, the Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 206, an act to amend Chapter 37 of the Acts of 2001, the Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill number 207, Electricity Act, an act to amend respecting the Hydrocarbon Innovation Program.
Bill number 207, the Electricity Act, an act to amend respecting the Hydrogen Innovation Program. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move now that Bill 207 be read a third time. Amendments to the Electricity Act, the green hydrogen. Mr. Speaker, Bill 207 is another bill that will help pave the way for hydrogen production, green hydrogen, in the province of Nova Scotia. This bill amends the Electricity Act by changing the definition of a wholesale customer. The current legislation only considers Nova Scotia Power or municipal utilities to be wholesale customers. We're expanding on this definition to include businesses that are advancing green hydrogen projects for domestic use. We're working on a separate path for developers that are inspired for export. Mr. Speaker, this bill will allow us to create a new hydrogen innovation program to support this budding industry. This program will ensure projects align with our provincial goals to reach net zero, and it will ensure regulatory consistency for those projects. Mr. Speaker, the changes through Bill 206 and 207 are among the many steps we're looking to make Nova Scotia a leader in the world for green hydrogen. And it will also ensure that Nova Scotia reaps economic and environmental benefits through these bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, very quickly, these are regulatory changes that need to happen with the legislation. As I said before, lots of potential. I think that we'll be watching closely as they build a strategy around it. Like I said, this is going to be a pretty competitive market, so we support the required changes.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to this bill. We in the NDP caucus were disappointed that the amendments which we brought during Committee of the Whole House on Bills were not accepted, as they would have resolved many of our issues and concerns with the bill. The government's press release and following conversations, and in fact the minister's comments just now, have celebrated it as paving the way for green hydrogen and envisioning our province as a leader in this field. I hope that that is true, Mr. Speaker. But we and many others are left wondering why then this bill contains no language referring to green or renewables. The wording of this bill instead, if we take it at its face value and what it actually says, it is paving the way for all forms of hydrogen development, including hydrogen made with coal. These concerns have been echoed by stakeholders at law amendments as well as in the media. One recent article pointed out that these projects will still rely on the Nova Scotia power grid, which even in 2025 will largely be coal-based. The whole bill is wholly misleading, and we have to wonder what the actual intentions are. If the government truly were looking to support green and only green hydrogen, then the language of the bill should reflect that. And since the government refused to pass our amendments in Committee of the Whole House on Bills, then I have to wonder why. The bill not only supports the development of dirty forms of hydrogen, but incentivizes them. And we do not see how potentially increasing industrial use of coal-derived electricity will help our province meet our 2030 climate goals. Another area of concern is around consultation. The existing bill does not provide for any consultation with community or stakeholders for projects under the Hydrogen Innovation Program. And we think this is a major oversight. Large industrial projects can have innumerable impacts on local environments and communities, and we think that these are important voices that need to be heard before such projects can be in receipt of government assistance. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, in this very session, how problematic legislation and projects can be without community consultation. We know about it. We know about the lack of consultation on one of the Municipal Government Act bills. We know about the lack of consultation on, not Owl's Head, what's it called? Eisner's Cove. There's all kinds of things that are happening in our midst right now, Mr. Speaker, and we need to enshrine community consultation into our legislation to make sure everybody is at the table when decisions are being made. We were disappointed that these proposed amendments were also not accepted. And finally, we've heard from various stakeholders that the benefits of green hydrogen, and I'm talking green hydrogen, Mr. Speaker, and of course I'll reiterate that this bill doesn't necessarily mean green hydrogen, are being exaggerated, and the investment in the industry has potential to lead to a bubble. We heard yesterday in law amendments from Tanette DeVoe at the Sierra Club, who talked a little bit about how green hydrogen, even if it's green, is okay if it's sort of a byproduct of other types of clean energy. But in and of itself, it's very expensive and not very efficient. So, once again, Mr. Speaker, we're concerned that the government is leaping in to an idea without doing the homework on the subject, a point that has been made clear by the glaring omissions in the bill's language. And so I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker, but I urge the government to take a look, another look, especially when making regulations about this bill, to make sure that we are enshrining the idea of green hydrogen in this bill. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be brief with my comments here. People obviously know where I stand on green hydrogen and the opportunity. I just wanted to make sure. Yep, and I just want to make sure that people are aware of what's going on in the community. So the task force does represent a large group of stakeholders who are being consulted. I will suggest. From the discussions I've had with developers, what makes this appealing and here in Nova Scotia is the fact that it's green. So organizations and groups and countries in Europe are not looking for gray hydrogen or blue hydrogen, they're looking for green hydrogen. And just on the community consultation, again, just for everybody's information, there are 2 community consultation meetings going on today in Richmond with one of the proponents of green hydrogen in our area. So again, I just want to recognize how excited I am that the Strait area has this opportunity that is being provided, and looking forward to the coming months and years and what's going to happen. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just in wrapping up, I thank the members all for their comments. And I mean, the whole concept for the world coming to Nova Scotia for our leading renewables on offshore, our leading wind power, our leading tidal power, is the concept of getting green hydrogen. Green hydrogen has to be created with renewables. It can't be the coal. The ultimate goal for my department right now is to work with these stakeholders and communities to reach that, to come up with the green hydrogen action plan that will be developed out of renewables, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I'll move to close debate on Bill 207.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 207, the Electricity Act, an act to amend respecting the Hydrogen Innovation Program. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 207, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act respecting the Hydrogen Innovation Program.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill number 210, Regulations Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 210, the Regulations Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move that Bill 210, Regulations Act amended, be now read a third time and do passed. Speaker, I will be brief. Bill 210 will improve the way the government makes official notice of important legislative and regulatory changes available to the public. The online versions of the Royal Gazette, which publishes notices of laws, proclamations, and other important government and legal information, will now be considered official. Currently, only the print version, which is available through a paid subscription, is considered official. The official online Royal Gazette will now be free. The amendments will also allow the regulations to be filed electronically, and digital signatures will be accepted on documents filed with the Register of Regulations. The proposed changes are consistent with a general move towards electronic legislation information in other jurisdictions. These regulations that govern the laws of Nova Scotia impact the everyday lives of Nova Scotians. It is important that they're easily accessible to the public and the legal community. With those brief remarks, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat and look forward to hearing comments and closing comments from my colleagues.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Of course. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to close debate on Bill 210.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 210, Regulations Act and Act to Amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 210, an act to amend Chapter 393 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Regulations Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're busy. Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 211, Builders Lien Act and Act to Amend?
Bill number 211, the Builders Lien Act and Act to Amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, that last one just went so quick. Let's not break a trend here, okay? Speaker, I move that Bill 211, the Builders Lien Act amended, now be read a third time and do pass. Speaker, once again, I will be brief. This important legislation is advanced jointly by the Department of Justice as well as Department of Public Works, and I would like to thank my cabinet colleague, the Minister of Public Works, Kim Maslin. I'm sorry,
order,
the Minister
please.
of Public Works. The province is ensuring members of the construction...
The Honourable Member of the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. The province is ensuring members of the construction industry are paid promptly for the work that they do. This legislation will give the government authority to appoint an external body to adjudicate disputes among developers, contractors, and subcontractors. The amendments give authority to the external body to collect and manage fees to cover the cost associated with adjudication disputes. They will also define the body's duties and powers related to training adjudicators and setting and collecting adjudication fees. The legislation further strengthens the prompt payment process by defining the scope of disputes that can be referred to an adjudicator and by setting out parameters for the timing of decisions. The construction industry is essential to the economic growth of our province. It is important that disputes over payments are resolved in a fair and timely manner. The Construction Association of Nova Scotia has welcomed this legislation. In 2011, there was direct employment of 28,500 workers in the construction industry, more than 6% of the province's total workforce. Many other businesses and workers benefit from this sector. The province will continue to consult with stakeholders, including municipalities and sectors, to manage infrastructure and construction projects on the development of the regulations. With those brief remarks, Speaker, I'll take my seat and look forward to hearing closing remarks.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his comments. I'll be quick as well. This is an important piece of legislation that I'm familiar with, actually, from my past. I was working for the Minister when this was introduced in 2019 at TIR, as it was called then, and as well at Justice with Mr. Fury. So I know how much work has gone into this through both departments, through two governments as well. So it's been a long time coming on this, and I think it's particularly important, even more so than when it was first introduced, due to the issues around labor shortages, issues in construction, issues in housing. It's more important than ever that construction companies are paid on time and in full, because we know that many businesses on a yearly basis were going out of business simply because they couldn't get paid on time. And when a construction company goes out of business, obviously they're no longer building things, and we need things built in this province. There's no question about that. So I think this is an important piece of legislation. I hope that the parameters around the adjudication authority, how that process is going to work, it gets rolled out as quickly as possible once this bill is passed, because I know that the Prompt Payment Coalition, which has been on this issue for many years now, wants to see this fully in place by the end of the year. So we only have about 2 months left to get that done. And before I conclude, I did want to give a shout out to Duncan Williams, in particular, of Construction Association of Nova Scotia, who I know has been spearheading this issue for many years and has taken it from nothing, basically, to where we are now on the cusp of legislation. So I want to thank him for that and thank everybody who has participated in making this bill happen. And with those words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I as well am glad to see this come forward, and I'm glad to speak to this bill. I know that this bill has come from extensive work done with those in the sector, in the construction sector and specifically, and reflects years' work to accomplish this piece. This is a great example of the 3 C's that my colleague had spoke of earlier: consultation, cooperation, and collaboration, and see the wonderful piece of work that is before us. These measures have already been implemented in other jurisdictions, and I appreciate this step to ensure the protection of Nova Scotians who work in this sector. Delays in payments have impacts, as we know, that trickle down to all the workers in the construction sector, and I am glad that the concerns of those in this sector are actually being acknowledged. So I would like to thank the Minister for bringing this forward, and I'll take my seat.
If I am to recognize the Minister, it's to close debate on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I want to thank my opposition colleagues for their comments on this as well. I move to close debate on Bill 211.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 211, the Builders Lien Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 211, an act to amend Chapter 277 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Builders Lien Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill number 203, Labour Standards Code, an act to amend?
Bill number 203, the Labour Standards Code, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 203, an act to amend the Labour Standards Code, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to say a few words on this bill. As we know, Mr. Speaker, this has been an emotional journey for many of us in this House, and for many of our constituents, our friends, and our families. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to be able to take the opportunity to thank all Nova Scotians who were brave enough to also share their story throughout this entire process with me personally. And of course, I know many members in this House have probably heard stories as well. So just to all those Nova Scotians, thank you. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the member of Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, for bringing this to our attention and for sharing her daughter's story, for sharing Ruby's mom's story. And I also want to thank the member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, for also sharing her story as well, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the team at the Department of Labour Skills and Immigration for their care and their hard work to make this a reality, because I believe that we have brought forward a strong and inclusive bill. When we have heard about this concern, my department went into action. We undertook a broad and thorough consultation. We heard from women's centres and advocacy groups, employers and employer organizations, labour organizations, and from individuals directly. We appreciated each and every person and organization who shared their perspective on this topic. Because, Mr. Speaker, these are real stories by real people. In addition to consultation, the department conducted a jurisdictional scan across the country. The department further considered the benefit provided by other protected leaves under our Labour Standards Code. Taking all of this into an account and being mindful of the balance that we are always trying to strike between employees' rights and protections and costs to Nova Scotian employers, the majority of which are small and medium businesses, we are proposing an unpaid leave for the end of pregnancy. The proposed amendments to the code set a minimum standard that employers must follow. We know that many employers go further than this minimum, and we thank those who go above and beyond. We recommend that Nova Scotians who have questions about the different leave benefits their employers may offer to reach out to their employer. We also recommend employees who are eligible for the proposed 16-week end of pregnancy leave to contact the federal government to determine their potential eligibility under the employment insurance. We have considered the amendments brought forward by my colleagues, and while we have not accepted all changes, your perspectives and stories will stay with me, and we will consider and be considered when we have the opportunity to look at future changes to the Labor Standards Code. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat and thank you.
I recognize the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, and your staff for all the work that they have done. I've actually written on an IWK card this morning just what I wanted to say, and I want to actually acknowledge all the work that the IWK does for lost parents before I start. Much has been said in this House and throughout, but the most prevalent of all is the feeling of gratitude. Thank you to each and every one in this room for your support. It means a lot. Not only to me, my daughter Elizabeth, her husband Stephen, but to honor the thousands of lost babies over generations. And sadly, to all the pregnancy losses that will continue. I'd like to acknowledge and express my sincere appreciation to those who approached me to let me know how important this bill was to them. Because this bill awakened many voices of silent grief. And it's all these voices that gave me the strength to pursue what I felt was right in this House. The bill ensures that the immense grief parents of lost pregnancies, that they will not have the added grief of worrying about job security. Their job will be there for them. And as the minister said, there's so much more that could be done. And hopefully those things will be explored in the future with regards to pregnancy loss. It is about women. It is about their partners. It is about all parents wishing to have children. But we all know that women make up the largest part of low entry-level jobs. And they do deserve to have children as well. And they do deserve to be paid. I didn't know this was going to be spoken on today, but as Ruby's memory and magic works in mysterious ways, I happen to be wearing ruby red. Every time we see ruby red, we are reminded of her. And I want to thank all of you as well for putting it into law and known as Ruby's Law. We have our ways of remembering it, but to all those who approached me, they love the fact that it's called Ruby's Law. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Close.
I recognize the honourable member from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you to the member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, to her daughter, for Ruby's Law. This is a transformational change that we are making here today in this legislature. It is important, and it is because of Ruby, your daughter, Elizabeth, and the member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, that we are here today. So my gratitude for the member is immense today. To the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, my gratitude, I want to express my gratitude to her for hearing the bill, seeing what it was for, seeing what it could do, what the healing that could come from that and bringing it back into this legislature so that we can enact the bill. I want to thank her because as the minister, she deserves that thank you for bringing this forward so that we can enact it. As someone who has had pregnancy loss, I've expressed all that before, my story. And I just want to thank all of you as well for hearing those stories, for hearing the stories of those of us who have lost in pregnancy, and really hearing it, really listening, and also for those that have expressed their own stories. The more that we talk about pregnancy loss, the more that we bring those stories forward, there's a healing in that pain. There's a healing when we get to talk about it. And it takes great courage, it takes great bravery for people to be that vulnerable. So thank you for hearing those stories with the respect that it deserves. I cannot thank the members enough for that. I do want to say that job security, to have pregnancy loss protected for job security is fantastic. And as the minister said, there's more to do because we need, although we have it, we need people to be able to take advantage of that. So I hope sometime in the future that we can make this a paid leave so that those who are in precarious work, those who are low income, can really take advantage of this bill so that they can grieve, they can heal, not just emotionally and mentally, but physically as well. And I think that is extremely important. So I'm going to continue to be talking to the minister on that because I think it's a next step forward. But this is the first step, and I am very proud to be here for this. And again, my gratitude and my thanks to the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth, her family, and to the minister. And I just want to add one thing because the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth is a grandmother. The member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth is a grandmother. And the one thing I had learned during my journey was that grandparents, they suffered along with their children. They have been the one holding their child's hand, trying to be strong, but also they're grieving too. And so I just want to acknowledge all of those family members who sat with a family member who had lost a pregnancy, that we see you, we hear you, and we know your story too. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this bill today. I spoke in second reading, but I didn't speak after that. When second reading took place, I was a grandmother in waiting, and I'm not now. In fact, I just came from visiting the funeral home with my daughter and her partner to pick up the ashes of little Asher, who entered this world last Monday unexpectedly and left it. And my family really didn't have any experience with this. When we first began talking about this particular issue with the then candidate for Cole Harbour Dartmouth. But we have experience with it now. And so I want to thank her, and I want to thank the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, and I want to thank the minister for for moving on this particular bill, because it means a lot to the families affected by this. Not just the parents, the grandparents too. I want to thank the many people, mostly women, but not all women, who've reached out to us in recent days to talk about our loss, and who told me the stories of their miscarriages or their stillbirths, and then told me the stories about their subsequent births too. So we know there's hope. And while I have the microphone, I might as well thank the nurses and the doctors of the IWK who were amazing. It was clear to us, because Asher hadn't even reached the 20-week mark, he was just shy of that we were not going to go home with a baby that Monday morning. They were beyond lovely, so gentle with him after he was born. I want to thank the volunteers who actually made, I don't even know what to call it, a little sleeping bag, I guess, for Asher, and a knitted cap and a blanket for him.
Memory box.
And you leave with a memory box. You leave with a memory box. And to Snow's funeral home, the boxes could fit in the palm of my hand. So thank you to all those people who made that journey for our family easier. Thank you to the Minister and the Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration for moving on this and for making what is a tragic time in any family easier. Thank you.
I know to the member, I speak for everyone here, to express our sincere and deepest sympathy, and please know our thoughts are with your family, you and your family. I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say a few words on Bill 203, the Labour Standards Code. There is a lot of emotion around the subject of infant loss. And we've talked a lot about the impact on our daughters or ourselves or our grandmothers and mothers. But I know the impact of the #MeToo movement. I know what it did on my sons when they saw all of their friends putting #MeToo on their Facebook pages. And that changed my sons for the better. And of course, we had conversations that weren't very easy to have. But I tell my sons what I'm doing here in the legislature, and I explain to them what this bill meant. And my sons know that there are 3 siblings they don't have. Only one of them do we give a name to. I'm not sure why now, as I'm listening. I don't know why. And I know I have one figurine at home that's a little bunny rabbit to represent the one that was taken from me as opposed to the ones that I lost. And so by naming this Ruby's Law, we've given a name to something that is very personal to almost all of us here. But I wanted to comment on the impact that this bill has had on my sons, because it caused a conversation that may not have ever happened. And it is something that they certainly knew about when they were younger, but they're gentlemen now, contemplating having their own children. And I just felt that I wanted to say that the loss impacts everyone in the family, but our sons as well as our daughters. And I just wanted to thank my sons for being willing to have that conversation with me. And I thank the minister for bringing this forward, and for the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth, and all those who've spoken, because we don't talk about it very much. And I forget the constituency for the member who said that's what happens when you have women in the legislature. And I think that there is some value in that. The more we talk about it, the better the care gets, the better the supports we get for ourselves. And I think about the children that I don't have that I thought I would. And I'm grateful that there is a law now that will give families the opportunity to have more time to grieve. And I'm grateful for everyone who supported that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this bill came to the floor of the legislature, I told the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth that she would have my support and the support of our caucus. And I wasn't able to be here to speak to it before, and so I want to speak to it now. And so much has already been said that is so true and moving. But what I want to say is that this bill recognizes our humanity. We grieve, we love, we get sick, we are human beings, and all of these things happen to us. And I think that this process is a great example of what happens when we have real life in this chamber, when we're talking about real people and their real experiences, and we're able to do that. And I would suggest that for everything we discuss here, there are real people affected, and their real lives. And so I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. And I do also want to acknowledge that we have so much work to do to make sure, particularly in a work environment, that we can show up as our whole selves and that we can live the lives that we need to live. And so this bill recognizes that we need to be able to grieve and be employed. But, you know, we also need to be able to eat and be employed. And we also need to be able to do a lot of other things. And so this is at the heart of so much of the conversations we have with our constituents and with our families. And, you know, my hope is that we can have more conversations like this in this chamber, where our debates and our decisions are not abstract, are not based on partisanship or theory, but are based in reality. And this is a great example of how the reality of the fact that we all experience grief is impossible to deny. And the humanity of needing to recognize that in legislation is also impossible to deny. And so I thank the minister and I thank the member for bringing this forward.
If I'm to recognize the minister, is to close debate on the bill. All right, I'm sorry, I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on Bill 203. Sorry.
The motion is to adjourn debate. All those in favour?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call government motions?
Pardon me? I missed what you said.
Government motions, eh?
Government motions.
Yeah.
Oh, government motions.
Mr. Speaker, would you
The
please...
Honourable Deputy House Leader, sorry about this.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Resolution 385, Deputy Speaker appointment?
Resolution 385. Deputy Speaker. Resolution 385, Deputy Speaker's appointment. We'll just take a very short recess for a second, please. Order, please. We are moving back now to the debate on Resolution 385. We'll take another brief recess. Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on Resolution 385.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Resolution 385. Would all those in favour indicate by saying aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I pass it over to the House Leader for the NDP party to call business for tomorrow. Opposition business.
I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
My one shot, Mr. Speaker.
First time for everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Following to daily business and question period tomorrow, opposition business will include the second readings of Bill 209, Bill 98. And there might be more, but it'll be a surprise.
Recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes business for today. I move that the House do now rise and meet again Wednesday, November 2nd, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m.
What time to start? The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Wednesday, November 3rd, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Would those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.